Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. In today's video, I'm going to be teaching you how to build a Udemy clone app, which we are going to call EduLearn for educational learning. All right. And this is going to have the same functionality as a normal Udemy app you have on App Store or Google Play Store, because we're going to also be implementing or using their API endpoint provided by Udemy themselves. So shout out to Udemy for, providing the access key to be able to access their endpoints. And yes, so we're going to be building this with Expo, React Native, Expo Router, TypeScript, Stack Query, and all of the interesting tools to make this a fun, secured app. Without wasting much of your time, let's see what we'll be building in today's video. So again, you have this Lottie view, which shows a nice animation of what icon you pick from Lottie view website. And you have this text here, clicking on get started will take us to, the respective UI for the tabs. As you can see, it takes us to the home view and you're going to see some of the courses they have. And this is the same functionality you're going to get on a proper Udemy app, which is out there. So right here, we have, just the greeting, good morning, and the name. I have a notification bell icon here. We have this search area as well, in which selecting it will take us to the search area. You can see how the animation comes in one after the other. Going back to the home, we have these several categories here, which you can select one by one. If I select tech, it shows me the courses for tech. And if I click on design, it fetches the courses for design, and you can see some of these interesting courses. So going back to business, you can see that I'm not fetching the data again. You're not seeing that loading icon again. That's because we are using the power of Stack Query that is catching, and that is basically, catching all data we've already accessed before. So there's no need refreshing or fetching the data again, and that is good for performance-wise. And also, you have these recommended courses provided by, Udemy. You can just scroll through them. All right. So also, before we leave here, we have this ability to wish list a course and add it to your favorite section right here, as you can see. And if I just scroll to the right and select this and select this as well, you can see those courses here as well. All right. So that is that about the home screen. And while still in the home screen, you can just select a course. It loads and fetches the data for the course, and you can see the full details of the course. It has the header image, and you can see this nice header right here, which is pretty cool. And we have the reviews, you have the curriculum, and the price, the course title, the author image, the author name, and we have also the load more curriculum item or button right there. You can see here the curriculum is 115 items, and you can agree with me that we don't want to display everything at once. If you click on load more, it searches for more curriculum item. As you can see, this is class 3. Load more, it is going to show more. As you can see, class 4, these are the curriculums. And if you click on reviews, you are going to see 10,000 reviews on this. Cool. As you can see them right here, you can see the reviews. If there are comments available, you can see the comments. But if there are no comments available, it just shows no comments. And you can see the stars right here as well. Cool stuffs. And yeah, that is what we are going to be implementing in our course or course details, right? So if I, go to the search section, and these are the courses that was provided to us by default by Udemy. So if I search for a course here, so if I call this Swift UI, search for it, and it is going to bring all the courses for Swift UI, and you can go and try this on their real app as well. Search for Swift UI. These are the courses it will bring for you in this order. And if you click on, just one of these courses, is the same that we've talked about. We have 591 items for this course. Introduce to the course. Download the course syllabus, and so on, and how does a course work. In the next video, I'm going to be implementing that. So, and that takes us to the wishlist screen. You can, remove a course from the wish list, and it is going to remove them right away. All right. So that is what we want to implement for today. And Also, you're going to have tasks. If you're an absolute beginner, you're going to have tasks to implement, which is the profile screen. I'm going to be dropping the design as well. And also, fixing some of the, issues here. And that is some of the things you're going to be fixing today. So without further delay, let's jump into creating this beautiful Udemy clone app using their API endpoint, which makes the app so dynamic and not just static data or not just using static data. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you're not subscribed, go and subscribe. If you're a beginner, you're going to learn so much. If you're a pro or an intermediate, you're going to learn so much more from using, the power of React Native and Expo latest SDKs and also animation. So, ladies and gentlemen, go and subscribe, go and click the like button, share with your friends. So thank you so much, and yeah, see you in the video. All right. So first things first, we're going to be installing all the packages that we need to make this project a success. And I'm just going to head to my Safari here. And, if that doesn't work, I'll just select this. So first things first, I want to install Expo and React Native. And, you can head to docs.expo.dev. And this is what you'll be using to run or build our React Native app. And if you don't know Expo, it's a great framework built on top of React Native, and it will make your life easier, very, very easy if you want to build apps using React Native. So I'm just going to copy this right here. You go to the home sidebar, copy, and head to your Visual Studio Code right here. Go to your terminal, click on New Terminal, and you want to make sure that you're in desktop, and I would like to increase the font here as well. So see the desktop, that is where I want to install my project. So I'm just going to click on enter. I'm going to paste this command I copied, and I'm just going to click on enter. And this is going to install Expo and all the necessary things it needs to install for me. What is your app named? Let's call this EduLearn, and click on enter. And I believe that's the only thing I need to do. So I'm just going to head to my Safari, and that is all we need to do regarding installing Expo. To install the font, React Native itself, and all the necessary things it needs to install. So I'm just going to close it. And the next one I want to install is Native Wind, which is just that wrapper, so I can use Tailwind CSS in my Expo app. So if you head to nativewind.dev version 4, please make sure it is version 4 and not version 3. Version 4, getting started with Expo. A quick Google search, Native Wind, will show you their homepage, and this is what their homepage looks like. As you can see, version 2. And if you just go to Expo right here, you scroll down and you can see how to use version 2, obviously. But I want to use version 4 because version 4 of Native Wind only works with Tailwind CSS 3.3.2 and above. Alright, so I'll go to Native Wind version 4. It brings me here just like last time. And I click on Expo router. And this is where I install Native Wind and Tailwind CSS. And Expo, I'm just going to copy this. Go to my terminal. It seems this is still installing, so just give it a second or two, and we're going to be back with this any moment from now. So that is ready, and as you can see, your project is ready. To run your project, navigate to the directory and run one of the following commands. CD EduLearn, that is navigating to the folder, and also running each of these commands or any of these commands if you want to run it on Android, iOS, or web. If you want to run it on Android, you need a physical Android device or an Android simulator. Android simulator, you can get that running on your laptop with Android Studio. Get the simulator once you install Android Studio. It is on Google, just type Android Studio, you'll be able to run it on Android. For iOS, you need a Mac, and as you can see, I have my simulator here. and this simulator only works on Mac devices or Mac laptops. So that is how you can get this to work. And or if you have an iPhone, or if you have an iPhone, you can easily just plug your device into Expo Go. It is an app, as you can see. Expo Go, just install this Expo Go on your iPhone, and once you run CD EduLearn and npm run iOS, it is going to show you a barcode for you to scan using your camera device, and you'll be able to run this very quick. And for the web as well, you can do that as well. So next thing, I would like to drag my folder inside of Visual Studio Code so that I'll be able to see all the files here at once, and that's a good developer experience. So I'm just going to minimize this EduLearn, just drag it, which is of course the code we just run right now. And if you head to package.json, you're going to see what it installed with just running Expo command. It's going to install a lot of things, vector icons, React navigation native, Expo itself, constant, and a bunch of other things that will make your life easier when you're working with Expo, right? So let me just bring in my simulator back, and I'm going to install the remaining package before I start the app so that everything works smoothly. So like I said the other time, we're going to be installing. So also, let me just head back to my Safari, copy this command and put this right here, paste. Just click on enter. This is going to install Native Wind, React Native Reanimated, which is going to be used for animations, which is very, very interesting. And I'm just going to head to my Safari back. So that's the step 1, installation of Native Wind. Step 2 is, initializing Tailwind CSS and, putting all of these in your tailwind.config.js. So that has installed. Let's check it if I see React Native Reanimated. So I'm just going to paste this right here. And this is going to initialize a Tailwind config for me, as you can see right here. So I'm going to replace all of this with what Native Wind suggested. So copy all of this, remove all of these and put this right here. So save that, and that is that about that. Next step, we're going to create a CSS file and add the following Tailwind directives. So I'm just going to copy this and create a global.css file. So right here, I'm going to say global.css. I'm just going to paste this right here, save that, and that is that regarding that. So I'm just going to move ahead, and the next step says add the Babel preset. So go to SDK 50 plus, because if you check your code right here, your package.json, you can see your Expo SDK is 51 and above. So what you want to do is use these presets as instructed here instead of using this. You can see there's a slight difference there. The SDK 50 plus and above, just copy this, and that is going inside my Babel.config. So I'm just going to remove all of this and paste this right here. So save that as well, and let's just go back to our Safari. So next step, if your project does not have a measure.config.js, run npx expo customize this. So I'm just going to copy this. I wish they make these clickable just like, all of these, so you can just click and, copy this command instead of having to highlight and all. But hey, I hope the Expo team is watching this. So I'm just going to paste this right here. And this is going to also initialize a metro.config.js. Wow, where is that? Cool. So this is it. So all we have to do is just, Again, make sure you're in SDK 50 plus. Copy these, remove all of these, and just paste this right here. Heading back to my Safari, the next step is, importing your CSS file. So you go to your app, layout, and all you have to do is just copy this and just go to your app, your layout, and, just put these here. Of course, you're going to find some set of boiler codes here. And, just we're going to come back to this, and, we even be using our own custom fonts. As you can see, our font is quite cool. As you can see, this is not the default fonts that come with Expo. We're going to use our own custom unique fonts to make this really cool, and also make use of Lottie animation to show this animation right here. So after putting that in your layout, just close some of these files, and I believe that should be all for that. Okay, also, if you're using TypeScript, which is optional by the way, but in our case, we are using it. So please follow the TypeScript guide, and all you have to do, we only have to do one thing: create a folder with this name or a file with this name. So I'm just going to, collapse all of this. I'm just going to put this right here, and I'm going to just copy this. That's all. That's all there is to copy there, to make sure whenever you are, using class names in your files, it doesn't throw an error, or it doesn't show a red line error that the type doesn't exist. So this should make the line or those error disappears. So that is all for native Wind and using Tailwind CSS in your Expo app. So I'm just going to close this as well. The next thing I want to bring in is Lottie, which is going to make our animation smoother and be able to use animations in our Expo app. And I mean animations like this, not the individual view animations. For these individual view animations, we're going to use React Native Reanimated. But for this is a JSON and it's an animation. To display it, you need Lottie to display that. So we're going to copy this command right here, paste this right here, and I believe I should bring things up better. So click on this. This is going to install Lottie React Native, and I'm just going to head back to Safari. And to use it, this is the guide to use it. You can just import Lottie view from Lottie React Native. You can create a variable called animation, and you're going to use the useref rope, using the Lottie package we're getting. And also we are going to bring in the Lottie like this. And the most important part is, the width, the height, and the source itself. In fact, every property there is important, but the source is very, very important. And how do you get this? You can just, go to lottiefiles.com and, get started in streaming. Just search for any animation they have on the website. I can search for anything, and these are some of the animations that you can, use across your app. I'm not just going to bother myself about searching on Lottie files, because as you can see, the animation or the website looks a little bit, I don't know. Anyway, let's move ahead. But as you can see, when I click on the search, it takes forever to even bring that up, and yeah, that's not working. So some of these animations, you can use them in your mobile app. Oh wow, it comes up finally. So I can, search for Edu, and look how slow that is. I'm not going to bother myself about, that for now. So let me just close that. Well, anyway, when you go to the website, click on an animation that you want, and download JSON. All right, download the JSON and put that in your Visual Studio Code under assets. And we're still going to do that anyway. So And the animation I'm going to be using in this project as well, I'm going to be putting the JSON in the description box below, so for you to pick it and just put it in your assets and you're good to go. So let me just head back to my Safari. So that is that about using Lottie. And let me just close that. Next one I want to use is TimeStack React Query. If you're not using TimeStack, you're missing out on a lot of interesting things to make your life easy when working with APIs. Yeah, we'll be fetching our data from the Udemy endpoints, which are like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 endpoints provided by Udemy to get access to some of the content on their website. Thanks. Big shout out to Udemy, by the way, for approving my API keys and all. Thank you so much. So TimeStack is, a great tool for fetching data, and also for performing all sort of requests, and handling it very well. It handles it very well, kitchen, there's everything there. And I'm just going to copy this. I'm just going to put this right here. I'm going to install TimeStack Query as well. And we're almost done. And this works with this as well, which is Axios, for fetching data as well. All right. So this is what you use to undo either the get, post, put, delete methods. If you have a website, you need to be able to get some data from the database. You need to be able to maybe post the users' information when they sign up, and maybe change or delete the user's account if you're an admin and all. Axios is what will help you undo all of that and more. It handles, all the HTTP errors very well. So I'm just going to copy this, paste this right here, install this as well. So we're down to the final one, to stand. In our app, we're going to be able to, let's check this. We're going to be able to, bookmark, or as you can see, our wish list. We need to add some items to our wish list, and TrueStand is the store we're going to use to keep track of all of the courses that we whitelisted. All right, cool. So let me just head back to that. TrueStand is more than that. Obviously, you can use to store your users' information, if they are logged in or not. I don't mean their password and all. That is for the database. I mean, if they are logged in, you can, store their session on the device instead of having them log in every time they come to your app. So anyway, more of that in my previous video where I explain how to use that very well. So have I installed that TrueStand? No, I have not. So let me just copy this, paste it right here, and cool. One thing I remember to open here is, Google fonts. Like I said, we're going to be using the custom font in our app. Let me just go to Google Fonts. You go to Google Fonts, just search for Barlow. That's the font we're using. As you can see, Barlow, click on it. I've already selected, that's why it says remove font family. As you can see, Barlow, it comes with different variations. And I can also get the font. When I get the font, I can choose to download it. I can go to my, all right. So I'm just going to click on download all. Once I download all, I will have access to all the fonts in this family and be able to use them in my app. So yeah. And also, before I leave here, you need an Udemy API. Udemy API documentation, Udemy for developers, welcome to the home for the Udemy's API documentation. For that details, please see the affiliate API. This is what we need. We don't need the instructors API. So click on this and you can see a list of all the available endpoints. And, to get started, you need their API key to get started. So if you just go to creating an affiliate client API, you need a bearer token, you need a client, API and some API keys to be able to access their endpoint. And if you just go to their API client page, you'll be able to just register. And let me just log in right here. And let me just select this, sign to Udemy. I already have mine, so it is going to be different from what you see a little bit because I already have the API keys. As you can see, just go to under account. You can create instructors API clients, but no, we don't need this. What we need is the affiliate API, and you can request this, and within some hours you get your client ID and your client secret, which is these long numbers. And they will ask for a description of what you want to use the API for. And just like mine here, I said I'm planning to use the Udemy API to integrate course data into a mobile app, providing users with a curated, and all of that. And my website and was approved July 2024. That was a couple of days ago. And you need these two things to be able to use the Udemy endpoint. But pending the time you are waiting for that, I'm going to provide you the exact data you're getting from an Udemy endpoint. So it's just like a cached version of some of their data so that you can get started working right away instead of having to wait for their endpoint or your API keys to be approved. So if it is not approved yet, when you're watching this video, don't worry. I'll provide you some set of data that you can use. Of course, data coming direct from their API, and you'll be able to start working on this project right away instead of having to wait forever for their API keys and all. So that is that about that to get started working with this. And I'm just going to close most of this, and let me just minimize this as well. Right, we are good to go to open our app. So I'm just going to type npx expo start to start our mobile app. I'm just going to click on enter. So as you can see, our app is ready and it started Metro Bundler. So this is what I was mentioning the other time, or seeing the other time. This QR code, you can take your iPhone, open your camera, just place it, don't snap, just take it. It will automatically pick that QR code. And once you have Expo Go installed, it's on Apple Store for free. It will automatically open this app on your iPhone devices. Or if you have, an Android device, just plug the Android device to your laptop and, press A. It will automatically open the app on your Android, and so on and so forth. But for my own case, I'm going to be opening it with the iOS simulator. I'm just going to type in I, and it is opening on iOS device, right here. On iPhone 15 Pro, as you can see, it is already opening. Cool stuff. Look how fast that is to open a React Native app on your device. So it has already bundled your entire app, as you can see. Cool. This is what you should see. This is what you should see. So I'm going to minimize that. So you have this bottom tab, Home and Explore. We're going to change some of this code and also use some of their, cool items, especially for these right here. These header right here. We're going to use that for, our course details section. As you can see right in this section, we're going to use some of their components and also extend it as well. So, right, let's get started with this welcome page. And first things first, we are going to head into our app, and we're first going to create an index.tsx here. So index.tsx, this will serve as our welcome page. And let me just say, I want to create a boiler code, and I'm just going to say const welcome is going to be assigned to an arrow function. And this is what the basic stuff looks like. And if you want to work faster, instead of having to type all of these, you can just install a Visual Studio Code snippet and React Native functional export component. This is the second one. Just type RNF, click on it, and it will give you a boiler code of a basic React Native code. So this I'm going to change to welcome. So I'm going to change this to welcome as well. And first things first, I want to, before I save it, and this tab or this screen that you're seeing right now will not be the first screen every user sees whenever they go into our app. What we want to show right whenever a user enters the app is this screen right here, right? So let me just create a boiler code right here. As a class name is going to be flex of 1, justify of center items of center, and I'm using Tailwind IntelliSense in my extension as well. Just like I said the other time, you can just install Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, and it's going to suggest some Tailwind for you while you're already typing them. And yeah. So for these, let me just say BG orange. I like to first debug to see if my Tailwind is working first. The text here, I'm going to see text of 2XL and save that. And you see nothing is happening now. That's because it still memorized this as our default UI to show when the user comes into the app, but I don't want that. I'm just going to, reload my app so that it's slow, build the app again, and just, make sure it shows this as the default screen. So I'm just going to refresh, type R, refresh, and voila. You can see what I am talking about. This is now our screen, and I can say, change this to hello world, save that, it reflects right away. Cool stuff right there. So let's get started and just work on first hiding this header right here. Let's hide it first. We don't want that. So let's go to the layouts.tsx and cool stuff. Under stack, we have a lot of boiler codes here. It's basically just they're using color scheme to show a particular font color when we're in dark mode or light mode in our respective devices. And this splash screen right here, as it says, prevent the splash screen from auto hiding before access loading is complete. So you're going to get a loading icon whenever you go into the app, and that is showing because your font are still loading. Once they finish loading, it is going to disappear. So this is going to prevent auto hide, right? This is the use of fonts I was talking about. You can use custom fonts, and the font is not loaded, call this method, and if font is not loaded, return null, and team provider, color scheme, dark mode, and all. I have the stack here, stack the screen. So right, this is how to work with your layout, and you can just extend it. You don't need to memorize all of these. You can just extend it. And the first thing I'm going to do here is extend it by saying my screen options, as you can see, suggested it from here already. Screen options is going to be 2 curly braces right here. Let me just bring these, and I can just see I want to have my header shown to be of false, and I definitely don't want this. I should probably switch off my GitHub Copilot. Let me just click this and disable completions so it doesn't keep showing those auto-completes even though you don't know what is happening. So let me just save this and you see that disappears. Cool stuff. That is what I definitely want. So let me just bring in this page as well here so that it is the first screen it shows and it is consistent. So I'm just going to say stack.screen, and this is going to be of name, and the name is going to be of index. This is how you bring in all the pages in your app. So save that and you are good to go. So let me head back into my index.tsx and let me start creating things right away. So first things first, let me first remove some of this and say BG is going to be of white, gap is going to be of 4, padding is going to be of 4 as well, flex is going to be of 1, the weight is going to be of 4. We're going to justify our item to center and items to be to center. And if you just save that, you'll see what I'm talking about. So just under this, we're going to have some other informations here. And if you just check your design, or the design we have here, we have this Lottie animation here, and we have all of this text and button here. I'm just going to do this last and just bring in this first. So let's go ahead and create this right here. So right here, we're going to say we want to have a view, and this view is going to just say the text is going to say discover and improve your skills. We leave that as double S, and I'm just going to have some nice styles here. So class name is going to be with or full, and the class name here is going to say text 5XL, text of center, and leading is going to be a custom leading of 3.5 rem. Save that, and let me just remove this by the way. And I also want to have a custom font, like I said. This font is different from the default font that is being given to us or provided to us when we install the Expo library and all. So I'm just going to import some set of fonts. I'm going to be leaving them in the description box below. So if you go to your assets, let me just remove all of this. Under font, you're going to see Barlow Black, bold, extra bold, medium. And the way I got that inside of this is basically, download the fonts from Google Fonts. And this is what you get once you download from Google Fonts. So you can just select any font you want, Barlow Black, I selected bold, extra bold, and some other fonts. So just drag and drop it here. Let me just close this, and we are going to head into, after importing the fonts like this or bringing in the fonts like this, we are going to head into our layouts. Let me just minimize this. We're going to bring in all of the fonts that we mentioned right now. So right here, I'm going to say Barlow bold, and as you can see, GitHub Copilot already suggested that this is the path based on, this first one already. So there's no point writing all of this again and, wasting time and all. You can just use autocomplete to get this done. So regular, I want the semi-bold, I want the extra bold as well. And I don't have the extra lights. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me check the font again to see how many I have. Black. I might not need the black, so let me just save this, close this, and just underneath of this, I'm going to say the style for this is going to be font family of extra bold, and you can see how that looks like right away. So to make this or to turn this view into an animated view, you have to add animated dot view to that component, or to that view rather, to animated dot view. And I'm going to import these from React Native Reanimated, but also import something else. I'm going to say fade in down. So save that. So to make these animate, I'm going to say the end train is going to be fade in down. That's the first most important parameter. I'm going to say the duration I want is going to be 300. The delay, I want it to be delayed by, let's say, 200, and dot stringify as well. So I will be removing these and saving this. And if the component reloads, let me just reload that. So reload it. You're going to see the animation comes in from bottom to top right there. That looks so better. So that's the first thing I want to create. Let me create the next subtitle text. I want to bring in this and this button as well. So I'm going to say the texts that I want for this is going to be learn from the best courses and tutorials. Save that. As you can see how the animation comes in as well, but I want to delete the animation by, let's say, 400, and the duration I can say it's 300 as well. Leave that as it is, but the font size I have to reduce that. And this right here I can say semi bold, and this is also going to be a 2 rem, and save that. You should see how that looks like. And I can also add an icon right there, and let me just see. Yep, space. So just select these, save that. You should see how that looks like. All right, so what else do we need to add? So learn from the best courses, we've added that, although this seems to be different, the font width, but anyway, let's just leave that. So let's add a button, and to add the button, we're going to copy this again. I'm going to say this is going to be a button, and I'm just going to have this right here. But this button view is going to be quite different. The width is going to be 4, of course. Justify is going to be center. Item is going to be of center. Margin top is going to be of 8. The delay, I want it to be 600. And I don't want the text here at all. I want a real button. So I'm going to go to my component. I'm going to create a button right here, button.tsx. And don't worry about all of this. We can as well remove all of them, but let me just keep it for now. Let me not waste my time removing things that are not disturbing me. So in my button, I'll just create a boiler code pretty quick. And that is what that looks like. Another function, button. And let me just save that. And let me just bring in the button right here so you can see what we are creating. You can see button. So I'm just going to say this is a type script file. We have to define the type, and this is going to be called button props. And this is going to take title, the title, which is going to be of a string, and also the action, which is going to be a function, but we are not going to make it compulsory, so it doesn't give or throws the error the user or you whenever you import that right there. So I'm going to bring in the prop here. I'm going to say React dot functional components, and here is where I'm going to put the prop that I imported or that I created right there. And I'm going to say I'm expecting a title and action, but like I said, the action is not important. And yeah, so this is throwing a type error as well. Let me just type int using this type as well. Cool stuff. So this view, I'm going to turn into pressable, and I've imported us right here, so I don't need a view here. So this view is going to take an on press. So whenever we press it, we are going to call the action right here. Cool stuff. So the text is going to have a class name, and this is going to be a title. So we can add any title we want, and this makes this component reusable. So we're going to have a text of white, font or bold, text or large. And the principal as well, we're taking some class name BG group of 700 rounded or TXL, justify of center, items of center, padding Y of 5, weight of 3/4. And that is what my button looks like. And saving this might throw an error that I have to pass in the prop, but anyway, you can see what that looks like. So let me just pass in the prop right here. Title. It is going to be called get started, I believe. Right. So that is how to use that component right there. So let me also bring in, our router to navigate to import a router, not from services, come on, from Expo router. Cool. So we're going to use that router to navigate to our tab pages, and we are just going to say action. It is going to look like this: router dot push, and this is going to look like this: a slash into brackets have tabs right here, because as you can see, this is what we want to navigate into, and as described in our layout, this is what that path looks like in tabs instead of index. So tabs is where we're going to. So let me just close my button, index, and yeah, save that. And if you click on this, it will take you to the tabs. That is what it does basically. So we have that navigation sorted right away. All we have to do is just bring in the last piece of our welcome UI, and we are good to go. So right above this, I would like to copy and paste this as well. And yeah, so this is going to be width or full as well. And although this is not going to be text, this is going to be a multi view, and this would not have a delay at all. It is the first component here, doesn't need the delay. And so I'm just going to bring in multi view here. So I'm going to say import multi view, and this is coming from Lottie React Native. And inside of here is where I'm going to say Lottie Hill, and I'm going to pass in some props and make sure that this animation works as expected. As you can see, GitHub Copilot already suggested this, so I'm going to be using the suggestions, and this part, it does not exist, or this file doesn't exist yet. So let's just head into our component and component or asset. Inside assets, create a folder called animation. I already done this while importing the JSON. So create a folder called animation and bring in learner.json, which is basically, if you go to my Finder right here under downloads. So once you download the file I attach in the Google Drive, it is going to look something like this. Just rename it, rename it to learner.json and just, drag and drop it inside of it. That's all. So once you drag and drop it, you can just, say this part is not correct. I want to use animation and learner.json. And also, I want to have my own width here. It is going to be 100% of the width of the screen. And the height is going to be 400. And yeah. So also, I can decide to, bring in a reference or create a variable here. Let me say const animation. This is going to be used to, play or pause the Lottie animation. And let me just have that set up right here. Not like we're going to use it per se, but anyway, href is there right there, and it's going to be null by default, but it needs a type. And the type is going to the Lottie view because it is a TypeScript app. Everything has to be typed. So this animation, I'm just going to come here and say the reference is going to be animation. And with this, our app should work as expected. So let me just, save that. You see my Lottie view right here any moment from now. As you can see, cool stuff. This is our animation. And yeah, that is all we need to do regarding the component. And once I click on get started, that is all we need to do. So we can as well just, head to under our tabs, index.tsx, and start creating some of these components to make it look like our design right here. All right. So, like I said, if you have the API keys already, you're good to go. You can start displaying all the data right here and start calling the API endpoint. If you don't, I'm going to be providing you a dummy set of data directly from the Udemy endpoint as well. You can use to get started pending the time they approve your API keys, your client secret and client ID, so you can, get started building this. Again, you get the DOM data, so don't worry about if you don't have the API keys yet, and it works the same way. So let me just minimize this and clear these, remove things, and have a view here instead. So the view here, I'm just going to, I can as well clear all of this and, import React Native right here. And then this is the home screen right here. So let me import text as well. Cool stuff. You can see home screen. All right. So first things first, I will be making this view have a class name of flex of 1. And also, I can also make its background of white, as you can see right there. So I did not want the text here at all. No. Instead, I want a greetings right here. And this greeting is going to have a view. And this is what that view looks like. This entire section right here is what I want to create. So the greetings looks like this. So I'm going to have a class name, and the class name is padding top of 16, padding bottom of 6, padding x of 6. BG is going to be all. Then me undo that. So 25 is the font color I want to use. 2563 EP. Yes, so we can see what that looks like already. So just after this, I want to have a view as well. But my view is going to be animated dot view, animated dot view, and just like we did previously, let's import animated from React Native Animated, and let me just import React as well from React. Cool stuff. So inside of here, I'm going to say the class name. The class name is going to be flex or row, justify of between items or center. And inside of here, I'm going to have some texts, but I want to have two views. I want to have two views right here because if you look at the design, these are two separate views. This is one and this is one. So in the first view, I want to have even another view right here. So a view inside of a view. And I want to have a class name. This class name is going to be flex of row, items, or n gap of 2. And what information will be here? And the first information that will be here is a text. Text that said good morning. And you can see what that looks like. And also, I'm going to also have another view here. And we're going to use the hello wave component provided when we initialized Expo. And if I just save that, you see what that looks like right here. You can see that cool animation going out there. It's provided by Expo, and it is inside of our component, I believe. You can see this hello wave. This is the text. This is the text emoji component, and I'm just going to use this. And yeah, so thanks to Expo for providing that. So the class name for this is going to be text or white, text or large. And this style that we are going to use is going to be of font family of semi-bold, right? Or let me use medium. I can see what that looks like. Good morning. And let's see if that looks just like what we are creating right here. Maybe the emoji needs to be reduced. But anyway, let me just, click on this, go to definition, and I can as well just, font size. Let me clear this and just reduce the font size to 15. Save that, and that should look like that exactly. That is what I want. All right, cool. So moving on, I'm going to, this is what this looks like. So let me just mark this. Let me bring this down. And the next thing I want to create is obviously, the text underneath of this, and also, the notification bell icon. This is what I'm talking about. So this and this. So let's move ahead with that. So underneath of this, or let's say this, I want to have a text, and the text is going to say Marison. I believe at this point I need to turn off my autocomplete because it seems it's in distracting. So disable that. Key. So this text is going to say Marison Kalau, and that is what that looks like. So the class name is going to be text of white, text of 2XL, and I can also use this style here, paste this right here, and make this bold. Cool, we are almost there. So just underneath of this view, let me just collapse this. I want to have another view here, and in this view I'm going to say it is going to be material community icons. We want to bring in our notification bell icons now, and this is going to be name, and the name is going to be bell badge outline. The size is going to be 30, and also the color is going to be white. All right, and yeah, I believe that is what I need to do. Yeah, that is looking just like what we have right here. The next thing I want to create is this text area. I'll do right here. So just underneath of this, let me collapse this as well. So animated as view, this is the first section. So this second section is the search area. And what do I want to have here? I want to have a pressable. And this pressable is going to be an on-press. And this on-press is going to be router. Although I have not, or I'm yet to bring in my router. Let me just leave these as it is for now. And let me just put a view here. And this view, I want to have two things, an icon and a text. So just like we have our material community icon right here. This is going to be a self-closing tag as well. The name of the font is going to be magnified. And the size is going to be 20. The color is going to be of white. Save that. You should see what that icon looks like now. And I want to turn this into flex row, item center, background white, but no, divided by 20. Rounded is going to be 2XL. Padding is going to be 4. Margin top is going to be of 4 as well. As you can see how that looks like. Cool stuff. We are almost there. So let's have a text here. The text is going to what do you want to learn? That is the $1 million question. So this is going to have a class name, text of white, margin left of 2. And inside of this, I'm going to say the style is going to be font family. That's going to be Barlow Medium. Save that. And that is already shipping up. As you can see, this is what we want. Cool. So whenever we click on this, I want to take the users to the search screen or the explore screen. And regarding that, I'll come back to, anyway, I can, create this now. Let me bring in router. And that is coming from Expo router. So on press, whenever we press this, we're going to call this and see dot push. And where are we pushing to? We are pushing to the explore page. We do not have this created here yet. Okay, we do. So cool. So let's just test this out. So click this. This screen doesn't exist yet. All right. So, like I said, we are here to create it. So let's just go to our layout. And we seems to have dots related. Why is that showing it doesn't exist? Oh, my bad. So explore. So click it. It takes us to this explore page. And this explore page is where we can search, for all the courses, just like we have in our design. So once we click that, it brings us here, and we can search for any course that we want, Swift UI, React Native, any course wherever you can find on Udemy, you can also search for it here. So that is what that does. So let me just minimize this and let's start creating this category section right here. And we're going to use style stack and some other code stuff right here next to it as well. So let us we have this view right here. So the greetings, we are done with the greetings. Let's head back to our home. So right here, we're going to have a scroll view. So we can scroll to all of the courses and it goes underneath of this big boy right here. So we are going to say the class name is going to be flex of 1. PG is going to be of white. The gap between each of the components there is going to be 4. Cool. So inside of this scroll view, we are going to have a categories text here. And we are going to say we want to have a view here. And this view, I can also make it animated dot view. So that is going to have the following class name. The class name is going to be gap of 6. And the most important part of every animated view is its entering properties. So I'm going to say fade in down, and the duration, it is going to be 500. The delay is going to be of 200, and stringify as well. So that's not even the most important part. The most important part is showing the the text and all. But animation just gives life to our component. So right here, I'm going to say class name is going to be flex of row, justify or between, padding x of 6, padding top of 4. Items is going to be center. And just inside of this, I'm going to say I want a text. And what is the text going to see? Explore topics. Right, you can see the animation comes in nice. So I can say the class name for this is going to be text or extra large, justify or between, padding x of 6. Padding x of 6. Padding top of 4. Items center. Items of center. And let me bring in our favorite part, which is the style. And the style is going to be font family. And it's going to be value bold. Cool. I'm going to also have a text here that says see more. And it's going to also have the following class name. It's going to be text blue of 700. And also, let me just copy this. But this is going to be a semi bold. You can see what that looks like already. But it seems something is obstructing our components to work the way it is supposed to work. So we have animated as view here. Let me add a border here so I can see what is happening first. And it seems I made a slight mistake here. I do not want this here at all. I just want font. Yeah, that is exactly what I want. I replicate this and I don't want that there at all. So yeah, moving on. That looks just like what we have right here. So see more. This border right here, remove it. So next thing I want to add is these categories. And if you know how list works in an array. You have the list of array or list of categories whereby you can map through all of these instead of having to hard code them one by one. Imagine you're getting all of this from the API. You have to like map over those categories and make sure that you are displaying only the categories provided by the API. So to do that, I'm just going to close this and just underneath of this right here. Let me just minimize this. I'm going to call these categories lists. Categories lists. All right, so I want to go to the top of my component and say I want to create a variable called category or categories rather, and it is going to be assigned to an array, but I have to create its type for it as well. So interface category, and it's going to have the following properties. ID is going to be of a string. Name is going to be of string. Icon is going to be of string as well. All right, so I can now type this to be of category. All right, so inside of this category, I want to just basically create some objects inside of it. So basically an object inside an array. So I'm going to say ID is going to be business. Name is going to be of business as well. And the icon is going to be your brief case. So whatever parameters we have here, we have to also show it here. So save it, and it says category is declared but never used. Let's go and show that in our code. So basically, before we even show this, we still need to show how we are going to render each of these views, right? We have to just create one view and just, look through all of these and just, assign it to the right places. So to do that, we also need to create a view called render category. So the render category, let's just say const render category. It is also going to be an arrow function, by the way. It's going to look like this. And the most important parameter is the item. Each individual category is item. And, I'm just going to type this as well to make sure that everything not showing or nothing is showing at error. So the type of this item is going to be category. So inside of this, I'm going to have a pressable. Just like I said, I like using this pressable because it makes pronouncing the name sounds better than touchable opacity. Anyway, that's my own personal preference. And so let's create an arrow function here. And what does this do once you press it? Basically sets this item ID. And the ID is basically, the name, right? A business. So you set this name to a state, right? And we basically just say set. And what does this say? It says selected category. And what are we going to set to it? The item.id. Cool. We are here to create this. And we need to create that ASAP so we don't miss anything. So even all of this is supposed to be inside of this. So what am I going to do? I'm going to say const selected category, and this is going to be set selected category. And also we're going to say use state is going to be all. So the default selected category is going to be of business, so that whenever we come into our app, whenever we come into this component, this view right here, or this screen right here, it already is the business default category to search for, some of the courses. So by default, you see all of these courses by default. And, if you click on the next one, you search the API as well to find the courses that are related to tech. Click on business again, click on design again. It sets that value, this business, to the API endpoints and just give you the courses that are related to design. Cool stuff. That is what we are planning to do. So let me just bring this right here. So instead of this pressable, I'm going to also say, I want to have a class name. The class name is going to be margin right of 4, padding of 2, rounded or full, items of center, flex or column, gap of 4. So even before having to write all of the code here, let me just show you some of the things it looks like, or how we are going to use it. So if I go to my categories list right here, I can as well see the view here is going to be key. And before I even do that, I have to map through the categories we have here. So basically what I want to do is map through all of the categories here. So I'm going to say categories dot map. And once I map it, I'm going to map it into, I'm going to create an arrow function inside of this as well. And yeah, I believe that is what we want. So inside of this, I'm going to say, I want to, whenever I click on each of the categories, I want to do something with those categories. So my view here, this view here is going to have a key. And why is the key important? So it identifies each of all those categories uniquely. So category.id, and also all right. So it says it's throwing an error here. Map does not exist on category. So no issues at all. Let me just, render the category view that we created earlier. And it is going to take in the item, but the item is going to be of category. Cool stuff. So if I, assign the text here, you're going to see the changes live right here. Again, what did I do here? I'm mapping through all of the categories that I'm getting right here, categories. And also, creating a map, using a map method on those categories, to replicate, to just show the list out. And this is the view. It takes in a key, which is the category ID, which is each of these ID, they are unique. So it needs that to identify the unique aspect of it. And the render categories is what, or the view we are going to use to render each of these. All right. So inside of this pressable, I'm going to have a view right here. And the view is going to have a class name. And the class name is going to be unique also, in the sense that we are going to use a template literal looking like this, right? So the pattern is going to be 4. Rounded is going to be of full. And flex is going to be of row. Items is going to be of center. Without even wasting much time, let me first render the text so that you can see what we are doing. So this is going to be item.name. As you can see, we have business right here. If I create another category here, in fact, let me create all the necessary categories. Copy these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So change this and this to be, let's say tech, and change this to be of tech. And what icon can we use to represent tech? Let's use hardware chip. So you can see what that looks like. ISN, you can see it says encounter children with the same key. That's because each of these ID needs to be very, very unique. So let's just continue fixing this. Let's see design. And the design, this has to be icon of color palette. All right, so this as well, you can see this is going to be your marketing. And this is marketing, by the way. So icon is going to be megaphone. For the next category, this is going to be all else. Let's just change this to else. And what icon can we use to represent else? Let's say fitness. And also the next category, music. Music is live. And let's say music right here. So this is going to be what? Musical notes. And finally here, we are going to say lifestyle. So lifestyle right here. And this is going to be all, or you can see that error disappears of, the key not being unique and all. So this is what that looks like. And even though I do not want this to be displayed like this, because in our design, it is displayed horizontally. So we are almost there. Let's just continue working on this. So just above here, let me just, also add a scroll view here. This scroll view is where I'm going to put all of this, cut this as well. So the scroll view is going to be of horizontal. That is very, very important. And I don't want to show the horizontal scroll indicator as well. I want to set it to false. Class name. I want the class name to be margin bottom of 4, margin length of 4. So you're going to see what that looks like right now, as you can see. And I still do not know why this business is showing. Let me just cut and see. Okay. All right. It seems we have these right here. I believe that is coming from this, but anyway, we're going to fix this right where this shouldn't be showing at all. And yeah, so back to my render category. Let me just continue with this. Inside of my view, I already started it, so let me just complete it. So I'm going to have a $sign here. I'm going to render a particular kind of, border color based on if it is selected or not. So selected category, if selected category is equal to item.id, then I want to show border. The border is going to be border of 2 and border blue of 700. Else, I just want to show you border and border gray of 400. And as you can see, we are almost there. Although I don't want to put my text here to be here, just underneath of the border right here. And inside of this is where we're going to have our icon. So I'm going to use ION icons. And inside of this, I'm going to say the name of the icon definitely is going to be item.icon as any, and the size, it is going to be 24. The color is going to be, if selected category is true, right, or if it is equal to item.id, then I want to use a particular color. And what color is that? That's going to be 1D4D8. Else is going to be gray. Full stop. So if any of this is selected, it's going to be, having a particular border blue color, but it seems something is happening right here. That is why it is not showing. But anyway, let me change this to business. Right. So you can see that disappears. When we were using cap locks or uppercase before, was rendering the business text and not assigning our proper borders to it. So let me just change this to small case business. As you can see, if I select text, it changes the border design, change that. You can see what that looks like right here. I still want to style my text based on if it is selected or not. So my style is going to be font family So if selected category is strictly equal to item.id, I want to use value bold, else I want to use value medium, and you're going to see the design change right away. So if I select text, the text become bold and others become light. This is what we are routing after. So each of these, when we select them, we're basically just selecting into the API, and the API refresh the data, and you can see more courses there based on what you selected. Cool stuff. So let's move ahead and see where we stop with things. I believe we are done with this category. We're done with this category. We just need to assign these categories to the API endpoint, and we'll put. So right, let's set up our API and start working as we should. So right, so what we want to set up right now is whenever you select each of these categories, you see different courses right here. And yeah. So first things first, let's head back to our layout. Okay, not these layouts. We want these layouts. Instead of these layouts is where we're going to bring in our time stack query. So just above this, we are going to import some interesting things from time stack query. We're going to import query client. Let me just import this from here at time stack query, and also query client provider. So all you have to do is just underneath of this, we're going to create a variable called query client. It's going to be new query client, and it's a method as well. So this we are going to be assigning here. So we're going to say query client provider, and we are just going to cut this, put it right here, and this needs an important parameter to work. So query client. So basically we are wrapping our entire app around the Tanstack query client provider so that we can be able to use their methods to fetch data from the endpoint, and this is how you set it up. So save that, nothing changes, your app still works as it should. Now you can use any of their method in any part of your component, and it is going to give you the full functionality of Tanstack query. Cool stuff. So let's head back to our index. I believe that's tab. Let's close this. And let's minimize this. Let's put a comment here, say render category. Render category. Let's just bring in more type. So let me create another type here. Interface course. And this is going to be ID of number. Title is going to be of training. Subtitle is going to be of string. We are going to be getting the image. So these are some of the models we'll be getting from the API, and this is what we need out of those entire list of modules whenever we're getting it from API. So, but we need to set the type so that TypeScript doesn't keep streaming at us. And that is what I don't like about. So it's paid, we have the price, we have the string as well. The number of reviews is going to be a number, and that is done with that. So I can as well just use this with my search response. So once we search for anything, we're going to get a response back. So interface, this is what the response will look like. And we are going to say, we're going to get a result back from the API. It is inside of the result that we have all of the courses. So we have the course, and this is going to be an array. Cool. So it seems we're still missing something. Are we? No, we're not. All right. I'm still going to fix this issue very soon. And yeah. So let's just forge ahead for now and, bring in our API and let's see how that works. So first is first, let's bring in, just underneath of our category, let's create a function to call our API. So let's say fetch courses. It's going to be an async function. And it's going to also be an arrow function as well. So async, and inside of this, it's going to say, I want the parameter to be search term. So the search term is each of these individual, categories right here. So whenever we select it, it assigns it to the endpoint that we're going to put here. And it's going to be of string. Cool. And the promise, we are going to assign the type of search, the type we just created earlier. So search response, this is the type we want here. We must return a value. That is what that is saying basically. So I'm going to say const response. This is where we're going to use Axios, and we're going to say Axios.get. So this is one of the HTTP methods. So I'm just going to import, where is that? Let me just import this. No suggestions, no problem. Import Axios from Axios right there. And that error should disappear. So this gets, what do we want to pass inside of the get? First, a tilde, and we're going to say https // rather www.udemy.com, and we want to say API 2.0. That is the endpoint provided by Udemy, and the courses as well. I just have to add the / right here as well. So we are almost done, but not done at all. So inside of this is where we're going to pass in some interesting things. It takes in a params, that is, each of these will go inside of the parameters. So it will be added in front of this whenever we select it. So I'm going to say params is going to be search. The search is going to be search term, just like this. And it takes in an auth, which is the authentication I was talking about, the keys it requires to function. Username is very important. The password is also very important, but we're going to do that later. Why is this throwing an error? And I believe this is supposed to be params, not param. Cool stuff. So at the end of the day, we still need to return something, right? Now let's return response.data. And you should see all the errors disappear. So for us to fetch this function, we have to actually bring in our API keys. Cool. So let's just go ahead and create that. So let's go to our component. Let's create a file or would use the API keys, the CS. And that creates a folder as well as a file inside of it. So first things first, I want to say export const username. And the username is a long one. I'm just going to copy and paste it right here. Just like I showed you earlier in the Udemy dashboard where you can get your necessary information. So let me see if I still have that open right here. All right, let me open it again. So going to Udemy and let me search for Udemy API. So API, affiliate API. So I'm just going to go to my API client. And this client ID, I'm just going to copy it, put it right here as a username. And why is this throwing an error? Unexpected keyword, can't find name. That's because this has to work like this. And the client secret as well, I need to copy this. Put this right here as well. Save that. This will make me be, this will let me access their endpoint and get all the courses and all. So I go to index.this. So yes, username here, I'm going to say is going to be username. It is going to be coming from etude/API, which we just created right now. Password is going to be a password as well. All we have to do is just call this function and show the data on the screen. So we are going to come at the bottom of this and say const. We're going to open curly braces called data. We're going to be getting three things from Expo, or rather Tanstack query. And it is even more than three, but these are the ones that we will be using. So we're going to get the data from Tanstack, data in the sense that we are going to be getting all of these courses. Those are the data. Cool. So if there's an error with whatever we're fetching, maybe our API key is incorrect or any error that we might be facing, we're going to pick that right from this error here and it's loading. If the data is still fetching from the API, we want to display something to the user to at least tell them that, okay, hey, your data is fetching, keep calm, it's coming, it's going to be here anytime soon. So I'm just going to say use query, and use query. This is how that works. It takes in two important things. The query key, which is going to be an array. The first one is search courses, and this is also going to have a comma right here that says selected category. So this selected category, we are going to be assigning it to this fetch courses. It takes in a parameter called search term. So it is this selected category that the user selects from this section right here. It is going to assign it to this part of the params. Again, this selected category which we have right here, this stage right here, whenever we select it, it changes every now and then. If you select tech, it changes to tech and it is stored here. We are now going to pick it here, assign it to here, and also, let's have our query function right here. It's going to be an arrow function and it's going to fetch courses. And this is going to be selected categories. So whatever we select here, it changes every time you select this. It's going to be assigned to this. And also it refetches your data. So I still need to pass in something right here. So I need to say refetch. And I believe that is what that looks like. This is throwing an error. Can't find use query. All right. I need to import use query. So let me copy this. So import, this is going to be coming for at stack React query, cool stuff. So, and I'm going to say enable is going to be of true. This way, whenever we fetch our data, it is cached. This gives us the full power when it comes to fetching data from an external source. You don't want to be fetching data every time you just perform a refresh. And if the data already exists, you already fetched it, just display it. Cool, that's caching. All right. So all you have to do is just use every one of these parameters and just see how that looks like. So let me just console.log the data to first see what we are getting. So all right, let me just bring this down. So if I save it, you should get the data. As you can see, we are getting so much data from the data, object. And you can see udemy.com/API. This is what we want. All you have to do is just assign this data to display all of the courses right here. All right. So let me just minimize this. And it is obvious that my data is showing. All I have to do is just display it in my component. So let me just go to the bottom of this and just under my animated.view right here is where I'm going to show a category courses. So first things first, I'm going to say if it's loading is true, what do you think I will show? I have to show an activity indicator, loading icon right here. And that is going to have a view right here. And this is going to have a following class name flex of one, justify or center items or center as well. And my activity indicator is coming from React Native. And this is going to say size or large. And also the color. The color is going to be a string and it's going to be #2563 EB. That is my activity indicator, but that is not done. That is not done at all. Else, if there is an error, like if an error exists, you still need to show the error to the user to see if they need to do something with their API endpoint or not. And that is you as a developer I'm talking about. And also, so inside of this, if the error is true, just show a text. Text of what? Say error with a colon. I'm going to have just error, but you have to type it as well. Error as error. And we are going to see dot message. Cool. So, and that is not even all. That's the second stage. The third stage is now showing the data itself. We're not going to say data, dot results is what is also true. As you can remember, our data is inside of here. So if that is also true, then we want to, show a flat list. And a flat list is necessary if you want to be displaying a large amount of data from the API. You don't want to be rendering all of your data at once until the user gets there. So it's just like this. If the user has not scrolled to the lifestyle section, I shouldn't render it on the screen. It is until they scroll, they see the lifestyle, they see it, then that is where it is rendered on the screen. That is good for performance. Imagine rendering 100 courses at once on your UI. That is a lot of performance issues. So let me just complete this. And else, if there are no, if the data exists or if the courses are still loading or something, we've rendered everything we need to render. But if there are no courses at all, let me just have a text here. The text is going to be of no results. I'm going to say try searching for a different course. Different, right? Yeah. So let me just give it its proper styling, flex of 1, justify of center, items of center, and all. So this flat list, it takes some important parameters. Horizontal has to be true. It has to be true, so we can scroll from left to right, just like how we are having it here. Data is going to be data.results, and key extractor is going to be item, and this item is going to be item.id dot to string. Want to convert it to string, and show horizontal scroll view is going to be of false. So now to the final thing that is important is the render item. The render item is going to take an arrow function, and here is where we're going to display our reusable card, which we have right here. This card, we also use it here, and even in some places as well. So we have to create that card and work with that. So let's just pass in the necessary parameters here first, so we can start assigning it. So that's the item here, and inside of this, I'm going to say I want to have a course. You know what? I'm just going to create that first. So inside of my component, I'm going to create a course item.tsx. I'm going to create a basic boiler code right here, course item, and yeah. So let me just create the type for this first. So interface course item or item props is going to be course, which is going to have the type of course. I have to import this, but anyway, let's continue. So custom style as well. It's going to be optional. It's going to be optional, and it's going to be of string, and also index. We need the index for the animation so that it shows the course one after the other. And it says can't find course. All right. And that's because I'm here to create the type in my folder. But anyway, let's just go ahead and just, pass in the course right there. Course, custom style, and index. And is declared but never read. All right. So let me first type this with React dot functional component, and this is going to be our course item props. Cool. So let me first bring this out, or let me just put any for now. We're going to import or create the type later. So any right here. And yeah, I can just say, cost item. I can say this is going to be, let's say cost dot title. I just want to show something first before we perfect this component right here. So save it. So if I go to my component right here, I can say cost item, and I'm going to pass in some things. Cost is going to be assigned to item, and yeah, I'm just custom styles. I'm going to say weight is going to be of 22 rem. Padding length is going to be of 6. And yeah, that is what I want. And why is this still throwing an error? All right, that shouldn't be an issue at all. So you should see my courses here any moment from now, but if that is not showing, we're just going to continue fixing. Let's just go back into our course item and continue styling the UI. And yeah, so right here, I just want to have a pressable so we can select each course, and it takes us to the course details, so we can see the full details of the course. So the class name here, I'm going to say I want this to be, I want to be able to add custom styles to this course item, because in some cases the course is wide for the entire screen. In some cases it is not. So I want to have a custom style here. So padding top of 4, sorry, it has to be inside of a quote. So padding top of 4, and I'm going to say, then I want to add custom style, and if that exists, I just want to use the custom style is just use an empty string right here. So that's the first thing here. So moving on, I'm going to say this view, I want to make it animated, and this is going to be animated dot view. Let's just import animated from React Native animated, and it is going to have the following properties. I'm going to say the class name is just going to be a string, gap of 2, width of full. I want to have a border, and the border color is going to be border gray of 300. Overflow is going to be of hidden. Rounded is going to be of 2XL. Cool. So moving on, I want to have an entry, and the entry is going to be fade one down. This is for the animation. The duration is going to be 100. The delay is going to be, we're going to get the index from the previous screen. So the index of each individual items or individual courses, and we're going to use that to display the animation. So it stacks up one after the other when the animation is coming in. So index, and I'm going to multiply this by 300. All right. So that is that. And also, we should not forget about the stringify. Right. So moving on, we're going to have the image of the course, and just right there, I'm going to have the image, and this is coming from React Native. So the most important part of an image is going to be a source, and this source is going to be having 2 curly braces like this. URI is going to be course.image, and that is going to be 480 by 270. That's the highest quality of the image provided by Udemy, so we are going to be using that. The class name is going to be width of full, height of 40. All right, so let's save this and let's see if anything is showing for now. Nothing. All right, let me check each individual course. Maybe we're even getting all the calls we are supposed to be getting. So this will render the course if it exists or if we are getting it, and it seems we are not getting it. That is why it is not showing any course right here. Let's just select tech. And you're supposed to see the course here, but we are not getting that. So that brings us back to the component here. And data.results, right? That is what we want. But let's just consider log this data.results to actually see if we are getting that as well. So we are going to say console.log, data result. We're going to have data.results, possibly undefined. Okay, save that. And yeah, we are getting our data.results, as you can see right here. It's a lot of data, so you can see data results. And yeah, so there is a concern about why this is not showing here in the data.results. There's a concern that we need to fix that, and I caught the error. So right here, I'm using a curly braces instead of a bracket. If you're using a curly braces, you have to return something like this. You have to return something like this. If I save this, you should see all of our courses right here. And it seems it's not showing properly. But what I like to do is just, I just have this like this, and I don't return. It automatically returns that. So that way it doesn't throw an error we don't want. So let's go back to business. And yeah, let's go back to design. And yeah, you should at least see something is trying to open, but it is not displaying currently. But yeah, we're going to continue working on this and see where the error might be coming from, why our design is not showing as it should. So let's just go back to the course item. And let me just debug this a little bit to see if we are missing anything. All right, let's just head back here. So under the image, I'm going to a view, and inside of the view, I'm going to this right here, and this is going to say class name padding x of 4, padding x of 4, and padding of 2. All right, you can see something is happening already. We are almost there. Let's just continue on with that. So for my font, so for my style, I want a font family, and this is going to be a value. So under the course title, I want to have another view which will house, the price of the course, and an icon to add the course to the favorite section. So flex row here, items of center, padding top of 2, padding bottom of 4, justify of between. Yeah, we want to have a text, and the text is going to say, if course is paid for, right? If it's paid for, then we want to show the price. All right, we want to show the price. Yeah, we just want to say it is free. So we're going to say course. Oops, we're going to have this inside of I want to say cost dot price, and this is a dot. All right, send is showing so far. Our course is free, and so let's just go ahead and we're going to fix that issue in a bit. So also we have a pressable here. The pressable is going to just be an ION icons, and this is going to be interesting because we need to set two stand to work with this. All right, but for now, let me just say the color is green, and the name of the color is going to be, of the icon is going to be art. As you can see right there, that is what I want. But this is going to be inside of this component. So they are in front of each other. All right, let me go and create my type. Probably that is why my code is not rendering as it should. So I'm going to create a folder, not inside of that. I'm going to say types. So first things first. So the type, I'm going to say type.tx, and I'm going to create several tabs here. First things first, I'm going to say export interface course. The most important thing is an ID, which is going to be of number, and the title is going to be of string. Moving on, URL is going to be of string. Is paid is going to be of boolean. Price is going to be of strings. Visible instructors is going to be of the type of instructor, but we are here to create that. So let's just go to the top of our code and say we want to have export interface instructor right here. So, it also takes number, title, name, some of these stuffs. Let's just copy and paste this here. And this is going to be our instructor, but an array. So let's first go and import. Let's save this. Let's first go and import this. We're going to have other types as well, but let's just, work with what we have for now. And yes, I believe I was able to find the error. So this is supposed to be inside of a curly braces like this. Saving that will fix our issue. Look at that. So that was what we missed in when setting up the parameters for the function. It's supposed to be inside curly braces like that. And yeah, look at our course. This is what that looks like. All right, so that is one way to debug. You'll find it very interesting once you start working on yours as well. So let's just set up the two stand for now, and we'll be able to click this and whitelist or favorite this course, so it shows a particular color, just like in our design right here, as you can see. So let's just go to our store. Let's create a store folder, and we are going to call this Wishlist store. So if I say whitelist before, pardon me, I meant wish list. So import create from to stand, and also let's import course from the types. Let's also set the types for this store. So interface wish list state. So wish lists is going to be of type course, which is an array. So add to wish list. This is the function we call. We want to add a course to wish list, and it's going to be a void, but it is going to take in parameters. Course is going to be course. Then remove from wish list as well. This is also going to be a void. It's going to take course ID. So with the course ID, you can just remove the course from the store, and is wish listed is in wish list. So because it's in wish list is a boolean, we're going to use it to show the respective color icons. So number, it is a number, and it's going to be a boolean. Cool. So let's just export this and create the main function. So use wish list store, which is going to be create, and we're going to pass in the interface that we created here, the type, and this is going to be an arrow function. So this is going to look like this. We're going to pass in sets and get. We want to set this course to the store once we click on that icon, and also get it back. So it is going to look like this. All right, so the wish list is going to be an empty array by default. Then add to wish lists. It's going to be of course. That is the parameter. And we are going to, set what? What are we going to set? We're going to set first passing an arrow function here. And see what that looks like. So we're going to pass the state parameter there. And we are going to say wish list is we are going to spread every data we have currently. Let's say you click on a course, you want to spread the existing course you have and also add the new course you are adding to that array. You don't want to remove it once you are just adding to the list. All right. So I can also just, copy this as well. But this is not going to be add to wish list. This is going to be removed from wish lists. And this is going to be course ID. And also we are going to filter here. So we are going to say, let's just remove all of this for now. And, we're going to say set. We can as well leave that. So for the state, so inside of this, we're going to say wish list is going to be in the row. We are going to say state dot wish list dot filter, and we are going to have an arrow function inside of that. So this is going to be C and C.id. If it is not equal to course ID, so that is that. Let's just move ahead with our code. So finally, here, want to have is in wish list, it takes in a course as the parameter, and also we don't want this at all. We want an array function, and this is going to be get, basically. So guess the wish list dot sum, and the sum is a method which takes in an arrow function. It's going to be C as well, and this is going to be C.id if it is strictly equal to course ID. All right, so we need to pass in a comma here. I will need to pass in a comma here, and it seems we did something wrong here. This is supposed to be looking like this. All right, so this is our state, and our get is not coming from anywhere. It's coming from this get that we set right here. So we are setting the wish list to an empty array by default. You're adding the course to the wish list and also spreading the existing course you have there, unless it's remove, obviously. Whatever course you have existing on, this wish list, keep it, but still add the course you're adding to it. Remove from wish list, basically taking the ID of the course and just filtering through it and just removing it, right? And if the wish list is true, we want to use it to render the specific color icon. So we can just head back to our course item and just use it right here. So just above this, or below this rather, just below this, we are going to bring everything that we created just now. So let's do this. So use wishlist store. It's going to be a method as well. So what are we going to bring in from there? We're going to bring add to wish lists, remove from wish lists, and is in wish lists. These are the three things we need, right? So we're going to just create another variable where called is wish list. Is wish listed, and we're going to see is in wish list. Then we're going to pass the course ID to it. All right, so we're ready to use that in our code. So in the icons right here, we're going to say the name is not going to just be at by default. We're going to say if is wishlisted, right? So we're going to say it is a color of red, else it is a color of gray. And sorry, I messed that up. If it's wishlisted, this is not going to be name. This is going to be color. All right, and this is going to be name. So for the name as well, we're going to say if it is wishlisted, then we want to show a art icon, else we want to show art outline. And this is not two equal sign, this is just a single one. For the size as well, let's have the size of 24 there. All right, as you can see, it is now wishlisted. If you select this, it is supposed to wishlist, this particular course, but we are still here to pass the function to wishlist that particular course. First things first, let's create a function to activate the wish list so that when we press it, it set the course ID to the store. So const toggle wish lists, and this is going to be an arrow function too. So this is going to look like this. So I'm going to say if is wish listed, right? Just remove from wish lists, right? And we have to pass in the course ID, right? Else, add to wish lists, but also passing the cost to it. Cool. With this, we can just copy this. All right. So in our pressable right here, we can say on press. We're just going to pass this toggle wish list and save that. Cool. Our course item reusable component is complete. And if I just select this course, so just select it, you can see it turns red. And if I select it again, it turns to white. That means that it is wish listed like this and it is not like this. And that works for the other components as well. All right, so if you search for tech courses, you can see all the tech courses and all. And yeah, that is what we want. And you can see, once we select tech, our data is not fetching again. That's the power of TanStack query. It's already caged. The data is already fetched. If I click on design, it will fetch because we've not gone there before. It is fetching again. But if I go back to tech, or I go back to business, it doesn't refetch again. It was already memorized what we already fetched. So right here, let me still see course title. The text will not be red. Instead, the text is going to be of large, and minimum height is going to be 16. So all right, so that looks good. That looks good. And we are setting a minimum height so that even though the course title is not as long as this, we should still keep that height and maintain it. As you can see, the price is indicated as well. Cool. So moving on, I still need to pass in the proper border color here. All right, as you can see, that looks good. And this is throwing an error because it is not on the course type. But let me just go ahead and complete that as well. So after the visible instructor, I want to have 125 H. And I'm going to have the string. It's going to be a string. And also the image is going to be of 240 multiply sign by 135. And this is going to be of string as well. So I'm going to have another property here called this practice underscore test underscore course. It's a practice, course. Then it's going to be of a boolean. Also, I want to have an image 480 by 270 is going to be of a string as well. And publish title. This is how you set up TypeScript. So your app it knows what to expect. So it doesn't render or it catch the error on time. There's so many advantages of TypeScript which you can, search online. So the locale is going to be title, it's going to be a string, English, English underscore title is going to be a string. Simple, even though we are not going to use this, let's just remove this. And how am I getting all of these types? I'm getting it from all the items here, as you can see. Simple English title. This was what I wanted to use the other time. So this is going to be of string as well, as you can see. So this is how you will work with that. Results, any subtitle. This is important. I believe we're going to be using it. String. Let me just close my terminal. Control J. So number of reviews is going to be number image underscore 240 multiplied by 13. It's going to be a string. All right. So our error should disappear. Let's close this. We are done with that. As you can see, that disappears and our component is ready. The next thing we need to do is, set up our next view right here, which has a recommended courses. So if you use the particular endpoint, it's going to show you recommended courses by Udemy. So that's different from this because we are passing a specific keyword to this. That's why I'm showing this. But these are the recommended courses. We need to just go to the courses endpoint. So that's our next task. So let's just get to it. So just like our fetch course is right here, let's copy this. And we're going to set this to be recommended courses. And this is not going to take in any params at all. All right. Doesn't take any param at all. It returns a response to the data as well. And it doesn't take in a search term as well. It doesn't. So let's call that function right away. So let's copy this. Put it right here. But we're going to rename this, of course, to recommended courses, because we already have data here. You have to rename it. Error as well, you have to rename it to recommended courses error, to recommended courses error. And also is loading as well. This is how you rename some of the parameters returned from time start query. And we don't need a refresh here. Cool. So recommended courses, we'll pass it in as the key here. We don't need a selected category. And just fetch recommended courses. I believe I'm missing the word. So let me just copy this and paste this right here. And it doesn't take in any parameter. And yeah, so we don't need to enable this as true as well. Save that. Your code should still work. And the next thing I want to do is just render it, because you already created a reusable component. You don't have issues creating the component again. So I'm just going to go to the bottom of my code here. Just underneath of this, I'm going to say recommended courses. So I'm going to say this is going to be of a view. Let me bring this up. Class name is going to be padding top of 6. And I believe I already have these created. Okay, I think I missed something here from the design. All right, so export topics and similar. Okay, so I can just copy this, explore, this particular one. I can just copy it and just, put that right here. Save that. This is not going to be explore topics. This is going to be recommended courses. See more. And yeah, so all you have to do is just, render our courses. Let me collapse this. I like to collapse my. So I'm going to say recommended courses. If it is true, it's just like we set it up for this. We can as well just, copy this and, we can just, let's see. All right. So if recommended courses is true, nope. If the loading is true, okay, if the loading is true, we show the activity indicator, right? But let's add a padding top of it to it, right? So also this, we're going to see recommended courses error. If it is true, we also show not the error, but recommended courses error as error, also showing the message. Then we are going to show the data.results, but it's not data.result we're going to be showing. We're going to be showing the recommended, the recommended courses results. And yeah, so we're going to, copy this. We are going to put that right here. And what else? Do we still have anything to change? Let's see. Any moment from now, you should see our recommended courses here. But yeah, I think that's all for that. Let me just add an optional tuning method right here. As you can see, yeah, that is our recommended courses. These are the courses recommended by Udemy, as you can see. So web design for web developers, how to create an online course, the Udemy. So most of these recommended courses are free, as you can see right here. So if I click on marketing, it only reloads, the courses that I selected. You can see the complete marketing course, and it doesn't affect this at all. This doesn't change at all unless you then change the data they are returning for this. All right, that's looking pretty. So we can even search for, health courses, and you can see wellness and health coaching accredited, and you can, bookmark this, and let's bookmark this as well. And soon we'll implement the wishlisted, rather. Let's wishlist, and that is looking like this. We're going to see all the courses we are selecting now to our wish list. And yeah, so the next thing we want to create is a details view, and that looks like this. This beautiful UI looks like this, and we are going to be passing the data or the ID from each respective courses to this screen and fetch the courses details. And yeah, so that is what we are going to create. As you can see, the curriculum, the reviews, and yeah, that is what that looks like. So let's implement that and let's get started with that. So let's just head back to our component under app, and I'm just going to create a new file here, and I'm going to call this course detail.tsx, right? You can as well just, use the ID slug and just implement this, but hey, there are different ways to do it, and I choose to do this for now. React Native functional exports. So let's just change this to costs, And let's just make sure that we add it to our layout. So right here, I'm just going to say I want to course detail right here. All right. So let's just save that and let's just go to our course detail right here. So let's just click on get started. All right. So because this page heavily relies on the ID we are getting from each of these respective courses, we are going to need to start fetching or setting up the fetching of the data right from the onset. All right. Let me just close this course item, close this as well. So it relies heavily on the course ID for this next view to work, right? So we need to get the ID right from start, and that involves also fetching the data right from start. So I'm just going to go to my index. Most of these things we've done before. We're just going to fetch, the course details. So let me just put these right here. And it's going to throw an error that something doesn't exist. Let's import Axios from Axios. And this is going to be cost. Import it from the type. Also, import username. Import the password as well. So this is going to be called fetch course detail. And we are going to say course ID is what we want to pass here, and it's not a string. And yeah, so the course ID, and also we want to make sure to pass, we can as well pass the type for this. And so also here we're going to pass in the course ID that we are getting from the function, and we need to pass in the param here. Good. So that's done. We can as well set up the calling of the function. So let's just go back to this, and right here, let's just copy this, and let's head back to our course details. So right here, we are going to fetch course detail. Fetch course detail. All right. And we're going to pass, let's bring this in as well, and let's pass the type to it. Course. All right. So the course ID is what we are going to pass to it, but we are yes to get our course ID, and we are going to get that from using the use params, use local search params. So right here in our course details, let's go and check our course detail. Nope, I don't want to check the type. I want to check the definition. And you can see once we are okay, we are yet to even set that up. So let me just import router. We want to pass the ID to the next string. So let's just export router. So right here in the onPress, we are going to say onPress. It's going to be an arrow function, and it's going to be router.push. And what are we passing to the next screen? First things first, the most important thing is the path name. what is the path length that we want to push this to. So that's the course detail. And the params that we are passing is going to be course ID. And this is coming from course.id. Cool stuff. So this course ID that we're passing, let's get it right here. So just above this, we're going to say const. We're going to get the course ID. And where are we getting it from? We are getting it from use local. Oops, this is going to be equal to use local search params. And this is going to be a method. We can as well pass the type to it. And this is what that looks like, course ID. This is going to be of a string. Cool stuff. So let's just first console.log the course ID. And I believe the data should be ready too. Let's just, by the time we get the course ID, the data should be ready too as well. So console.log course ID, not course ID, data, rather. So once you select this, you get the course ID, and that course ID will be used to fetch the data. And yeah, let's try that and let's see what is happening. So click this. So it says the screen doesn't exist yet. All right. Let's go back to our course item and course detail, not details. That's why it's saying it doesn't exist. So get started, let's click this. Or you can see the course detail. You can see the ID. You can see the course ID 637930 for this particular course. And you can see the data as well. So that works. All we have to do is just render. Let's go back to our course detail. Just render all the information we are getting from, the data. And we are good to go. So first things first, let's try to use the parallel scroll view provided by Expo. So parallel scroll view is going to be a component, and we're going to put it right here. So let's just import. I think we have imported that already. All right, but it takes in a property or some properties for it to look like this. Pardon. Just close this. For it to look like this, you need to pass in some properties. And the most important property is, header background color. And we are going to say light. If the device theme is light, then let me just pass this in. It's going to be D0, D0, D0. For the dark, this is going to be 353636. And the second property that it takes that is very important is the header image. And this is going to be an image. This is going to be an image with a self-closing tag. And where are we getting the image from? Of course, React Native. We are here to import that. Let's import that from React Native. You can as well use Expo image, but yeah. And with Expo image, you can use a blur hash to show a loading state. The data is still, the image is still loading, and that is one way to go about it. So I'm going to say data dot image 480 by 270. That is one of the advantage of TypeScript. Once you've set up some of the types, you are good to go with working or picking them based on what you've already set. And I don't want to, so it says data is possibly undefined. All right, so let's just, use that like that. And also class name width of full, height of 72, rounded or large. Cool stuff. And let's see what that looks like for now. All right, you can see what that looks like. And if I just go back and, pick another course right here, it shows that, and that is what exactly I want, as you can see. All right, so you can as well, add the next properties that we have right here. This is done. Let's set this up right now. So I'm just going to, in this view, I have a class name, right? And, I might decide not to have anything here, but I want to have a view here. And this view is going to have the following class name. Class name is going to be BG or Blue 700. Rounded is going to be of XL. Padding is going to be 0.5. Margin bottom is going to be 4. Width is going to be 32. Justify is going to be of center. Items is going to be of center as well. For the text, I'm just going to show, data dot the field, dot title. All right. So I can as well save this and see what is, as you can see, is the language and all. But this has to be inside of this. Let me just put these right here. That is what I want. It should look like that. And the font as well. Let me just, class name is going to be of text of base, text of white. And the font style as well. So style is going to be font family, and this is going to be Ballo medium. And yeah, let me just once again see if that works. All right, so moving on, after this view right here, as you can see, this still doesn't look like what we have right. It is rounded edges, and that is because in our parallel scroll view, we still need to edit some properties here that was given to us by default. So I'm just going to, right here, the height, I'm going to change it to 350. As you can see, cool. So the content, I want to set the padding top to be of header underscore height divided by 10. Save that first. Also the margin top. The margin top is going to be minus header height over 2. So the border top left radius is going to be 24. Border top right radius is also going to be 24. So save that. You should have this right here. So let me just pick another course, and there's just, I need a back button here too. So let me just go to my course detail. and add a back button there as well. But anyway, let's just continue working on our code for now. So let's add the course title as well. So right here, I'm just going to copy this, put it right here. This is going to be a data.title, and this is going to be of value bold. Save that. And something is entering our text of white. Nope, I did not want any text there. I don't want any text color there. Save that. All right, you can see our course title right there. So after this, I want to also have a view, and this view is going to show the instructor's name and their image. So I'm going to say data dot visible instructors. We're going to pick the first instructor name, and also we're going to say display underscore name. And it seems we didn't have this type created, and yeah, I believe so. We didn't, because we didn't complete our type then. But anyway, this is what that will look like first. So let me just remove text white, text base. Let me use text gray of 700, and you can see 365 characters is the name of the instructor. So let's just move on. Also, we are going to show a text here, and this is going to be of if data is, or if the course is paid for, is underscore paid, then we want to show data dot is paid. Else we want to show the text of free. So that shows that the course is free. And let me just remove this. Is paid. All right. So that is not showing for now. Let's just continue working on our code. And you know what? Let me increase the size as well. So text 3XL, margin top of 6. And the style, let me just leave this as text of black, which is the default text color. And yeah, it is not showing now. Let me just take this back. Let me click this. All right. So as you can see, that is looking like that. Intro to entrepreneurship and all. So let's move on to the, I think I made a mistake here. Price is supposed to be the right word. As you can see, 39,000 naira. And I can as well make this bold. It is supposed to be a bold. Cool. So moving on, the next item on our list is this segmented controls, which you can use to switch between curriculum or reviews. And you can see this is what curriculum looks like. This is what reviews look like. So let's just set that up for now. So right here, just underneath of this, I want to create a component at the top of my code right here. And as you can guess, I'm going to say const segmented control. If you're coming from Swift UI, you can guess that this comes out of the box from Swift UI. And you don't need to create the components to undo all of that. Segmented control. And yeah, so I'm just going to say I'm going to have segmented segment, and this is going to be, I'm just going to first remove all of this and just create the arrow function first, so you know what we are doing. So right inside of this is where we are going to pass our props, and the two props that we are going to pass are selected segment and on segment change. And for the type, I'm going to have the type right here. So the type is going to be an object, right? I'm going to say selected segment is going to be curriculum or review. These are the two most important enums that we want there. So on segment change, I want to pass a function to it, which is a void for now. And inside of this, I want to pass, the parameters. That's selected segment and on change or on segment change right there. That's a type of any. Okay. I believe we made a mistake right there. This shouldn't be looking like this. This is supposed to be segment. Curriculum or reviews. That is what that should look like. So selected segment, not segment. That error should disappear. All right, so inside of this, we can pass in a view. And this view is going to have the following class name. We're going to say flex of row, margin bottom of 4, BG grade or let's say 200. Rounded is going to be of large, padding of 1, margin top of 6. Cool stuff. So inside of this is where we want to pass the components and also the ability to press each of the segments. So pressable, this is going to be having a class name, and the class name is going to say, it must have a tilde like this, so we can, customize the kind of color that we showed there. So flex of 1, padding y of 3, rounded of empty. That is going to be the default. Let me just close this. That's going to be the default, view of each individual segment. And I'm going to selected segment right here. So if selected segment is strictly equal to curriculum, right? Then I want to show BG blue of 700. Else, I want to make it transparent. I don't want to show a particular color, right? And the onPress, for us to change this to curriculum, I'm going to say onPress is going to be an arrow function. And I'm going to say on segment change, this is going to be curriculum. So whenever you press this, it changes this particular segment to curriculum. And once the segment is curriculum, we show this specific curriculum items. So moving on, we want to show our texts, right? So texts, what text do you want to show? Curriculum. And here we are going to say, we want to have a class name. The class name, you can as well copy this class name that is here, but refactor it to fit our needs. The default one will just be text or, center. text of center. So if selected segment is curriculum, we want our text to be of white, else text of gray 900 or maybe 700. Also the style. So the style is going to be font family. So I'm going to say selected segment. It is strictly equal to curriculum, right? Just like what we have before. We're going to use a specific font type. So Barlow bold is what we're going to use here. If it's selected, else we're going to change it to medium. So let's save that and continue working on our code. And yes, we can as well just, copy all of this. We can say this one is reviews. And this one is curriculum. So right here for the reviews is almost the same as the, curriculum as well, but we are going to need to change some of this. So reviews is reviews. And this also, let's copy this here. Replace that with this. Anywhere you see curriculum, just change this to reviews. And finally, we just put this right here and change this to review. Cool. So save that. We can go ahead now and use our segmented, control on our UI. But before we move ahead from that, let me just come out this. Let me come out this as well. So right here in our course detail, just right here, I want to create a, state to track which segment we have or we are currently on. So set selected, not category, but segment. And this is going to be assigned to use date, use date. And this is going to be an enum. So it has to be, let me just create this first curriculum. So this is an enum. It must not be more than these two things. So first things first, we are going to pass the reviews, else curriculum, and I believe that spelling is correct. So save that, and let's go and use our, segmented control that we have created earlier. So all we have to do is just come right here, just underneath the text. We are going to say segmented control. No. Segmented control. All right. I believe segmented control. Segmented control, and it's going to be a self-closing tag, and we're just going to say selected segment, right? It's going to be of selected segments, and on segments change, we're going to say set selected segments. And why is this throwing some error that I do not want? So reviews, so it seems we missed the spelling here. So reviews, that error should disappear right here. So saving that, you see our segmented control right here. So if I click on any, you can see it changes right away, but we still need to work on our styling. So let's go back to selected segment control and work on our text as well. So this is supposed to be text of white, right? And also, just like this as well, this is supposed to be text of white. And the BG gray, nope. This is supposed to be text. Whoops. Since my keyboard is acting up. All right, so let's just copy this as well. Put it right here. Save that. So you can see our segmented control is almost ready. So underneath of this segmented control, we are going to render some information right here. So right here we're going to say if the selected segment is strictly equal to reviews, right, we are going to show a particular component, else we're going to show a particular component. And right here I'm just going to have a fragment right here, and I'm going to say text for this. Let's just say reviews. Let me copy this. Let me copy all of this. Put it right here as well. I say curriculum. And you see what I'm talking about right now. As you can see, we're on curriculum, and that is why it's showing curriculum here. If you click on review to change the text, that is what we want for our UI here. So it will render specific sections based on what is selected. And yeah, so let's just go ahead and work on this more. And so the only thing we need to do now is just fetch our curriculum data. So this curriculum data, we need to fetch it, and also the reviews data. Let's just fetch it and just put them under this and render it, and that should be all regarding that. But for now, let me just start the text. So class name, the class name is going to be text of 2XL, padding bottom of 4. And for the styles as well, style, you can see I'm editing both at the same time. Font family is going to be of value. Save that, and that comes up just like we want. Cool. So let's go and fetch our curriculum data and also the reviews data using the API endpoint that we have set up. So let's just copy this. Let's copy this, put this right here, and we're going to say we want to call this fetch course curriculum. And also I want to have 2 parameters here. Apart from the course ID, I want to also pass the page as well, because we don't want to be rendering all of the curriculums at once. Imagine we have, in this case, we have 591. In some courses, they have 10,000 items in the course curriculum. We don't want to be rendering all of that at once. We want to have, like we're going to have a show more curriculum button at the bottom. So it only shows like some specific, maybe 10 at a time. Once you click on show more, you go to the next page. It renders all the curriculum between the first and the second page. Click on show more, it shows 1 to 3rd page and so on and so forth. That way you save yourself headaches or having to exceed your API limit or something like that. So we are going to move on with this, and I've passed in the 2 properties, the needs page and the course ID. And also I need to create, a type for the course curriculum. So right here, let me just minimize this. I believe I'm going to need some of this as well. So let me just come down here and say export. Let me bring this up. Interface curriculum item, and the first parameter it takes in is a class. It's going to be of a string, and all these other properties, ID, title, description, ID, description. Let me pass in, right? ID and title. Let me bring this down. So description is also going to be of string. All right. The content summary is going to be optional, by the way. The description is going to be optional. And this is going to be string. So if it is free, also we want to pass, the boolean, or it is a boolean that we are expecting, right? Also, the sort order is also going to be of number. So with this, we can just pass in our curriculum item props right here. And let's move ahead. This endpoint stays the same, but we also need to add more to the endpoint. So we're going to say public curriculum dash items dash, we're going to pass in the page, which is a params, and then just put a $sign there and pass in the page. Cool stuff. So public dash curriculum dash items slash with a question mark, not with a dot, then page is got to $sign page. Cool stuff. And yeah, that is all we need to do about fetching the curriculums. And it's saying we have an error here. Is URL is paid. Okay, so let me just see if I can. Anyway, let me just leave that for now and see why that is showing an error. All right. So this is supposed to be of curriculum item. That error should disappear right now. Cool. So while that is ready, I can as well just go and set up for the reviews as well, right? So let me just jump on that right away. So I know I'm not coming back here. So right here, I'm going to fetch course reviews. And this is going to take course ID alone without any page. And this is going to be of a course. So take this as well. And take this as well. Cool stuff. So all of this, we're just going to replace it with reviews. All right. So we are done with that. All we have to do is just use this API point and fetch our data. Cool stuff. So let's just go and set up that right away. So this, let's say it's for the, course detail. This, let's say it's for the curriculum data. And let's just copy all of this. And let's rename this to curriculum data. And copy this as well. This is going to be curriculum error. And also, let's rename this to curriculum loading, or curriculum is loading. We are going to say if it is still fetching, let's pass curriculum fetching to it. Cool stuff. So let's pass this as the key here, but it's not going to be called curriculum data. It's going to be called course curriculum. Course ID. Then also curriculum page. And I believe we are yet to have that set up. So let's just go to the top of our code. And just underneath of this, we're going to say const curriculum page and set curriculum page. We're going to assign it to use state. And for use state, we're going to, it's going to be of a number, right? So that is what we are going to use right here. So we're passing three things. First is the key, which is important. We're passing the course ID and the curriculum page. So once we are fetching the curriculum again, like show us more curriculum, it needs the ID of the course and also the curriculum page you are currently on. So if you say curriculum page 3, it just, fetches all the curriculum for the entire page 1 to 3. And yeah. So let's just continue and copy this and just put this right here. And it takes the course ID or empty string. If the course ID exists, cool, it doesn't use an empty string. And also use the curriculum page number to fetch that. And why is this throwing an error? Let's just continue. So enabled is not only true. We're going to say course ID like this. And also finally, keep previous data. Keep previous data. We're going to set this to true as well. And yeah, so our use query for this is going to be curriculum item. All right. So why is this showing an error? It's also a type error, but anyway, let's just go ahead and work on the last function to fetch our data. So let's just put this right here and call these, let's call these reviews. Reviews. And I only need one thing here actually. I don't want to show the error at all. I can as well just show the reviews. You know what? I'm just going to reviews data. And this as well is going to be reviews error. And also reviews is loading. And yeah, there's no refresh at all. And for the type, there's no type for it now, but I can just leave it as, I can create a review type and just assign it there. But yeah, I don't want to do that now. So the course is going to be course reviews. And we're passing the course ID and we are fetching the course reviews as well. So enabled is going to be strictly course ID. Cool stuff. So we can start using whatever data we fetch now or we get to populate our curriculum, details. So let's create these components and start displaying our data right away. So right here, we're just going to go to the top of our code. Let's just collapse all of this. So right here, let me bring this down. Okay, so right here, we are going to say const render reviews item. And this is going to be of list render item coming from React Native. And also we're going to pass in an arrow function right here. It's going to take in a property, a parameter called item. and it's going to say is declared but not read, and so on. But I can, also create the next one. So I can as well create the type right now. So let me go to the type. Just right here, I'm going to copy all of this. And I'm going to call this review. Class exists, ID exists, content is what I want to put here. Right? The rating as well is going to be of a number. Rating is going to be of a number. So created as well. Created as well is going to be a string. Modified is going to be of a string non-boolean. And user is going to be of type user, which I am yet to create. So it's going to be of a type user. And for the final item here, I want to say user modified, which is going to be of a string. So right here, let me just create another type. And let me just say export interface. I'm going to call this user. And I'm going to say, I need the class, the ID. No, just the class. The title. The name. Okay, I don't have name right here. Let me just create the name of a string. And the display underscore name is going to be of a string as well. Save that, and going back to my course detail, I can use the type here and say this is going to be of reviewing. Right. Let me just check this. Is the clear but never read? Okay, we are going to use it any moment from now. So first things first, I'm going to create a view here. And the key for the component is going to be coming from item.id. The class name as well is going to be margin bottom of 4, border of top, border of neutral 300, rounded of large. And this is the design I'm creating, by the way. As you can see, border top and each of these respective components. That is what I'm creating. So inside of this, I'm going to have another view. And this view is going to have the following properties. Class name is going to be flex of row, justify of between items of center, margin bottom of 2. And inside of this, I'm going to render text, and the text is going to say item dot, I'm going to say user dot user dot display name. Right. So I can as well, add the necessary class name. You can say text or large, font or bold. So while creating, we've already rendered our text. Let's display our text right away so you can see what we are working on. So underneath of this, we're going to have a flat list coming from React Native. And first things first, nested scroll enabled. I want it to be true. And also scroll enable, I want to set this to be false because we are already in the scroll view, right? You don't want this to be active. You just want to implement or use the functionality of flat list, in which if you have hundreds, thousands of data, just show the one that we need to see in this view alone. You don't need to render all of those 10,000 reviews at once. But we don't want to activate the scroll. So we are disabling the scroll for now. The data is going to be reviews data dot results. Next thing, as you can guess, is going to be render item, and this is going to be render reviews item, and the key extractor is going to be of an arrow function. It's going to be item, going to be item dot id dot to string. Cool stuff. So if we save this, you should see our reviews right away, at least the name of the, let me save this. And if we are not seeing anything, then it seems that our reviews is not, showing, right? Or we're not getting it. So let me just go back. Seems I need to implement that. Let me just click this again. And let me just say, okay, let's first see if we're getting anything. So reviews data dot length is what we want to, rather, let me say dot count. Reviews data dot counts. And let me just save this. So we are getting 10,000 reviews from this course. That is massive. That is massive. Let me check another course right here. Let's say this. This has 718, right? So we don't want to be displaying all of these at once. We want to be rendering them as we can fit at once. So if we can fit this alone, render it. Once the user scroll up or show more or click on show more, we can see all the reviews right there. But our data is still not showing. And so right here, this view, I still need to render the stars of each respective user here. But let me just show the date and the comments right here. So right here, I'm going to see the text. The text is going to be, I'm going to say class name is going to be text dash grade dash 500 text or small. And here, let me just render, the date. I'm going to say new date. And it's going to be item dot created dot to local date string. And why is this showing a bin chunk of error? I do not know why that is showing, but I believe it has to do with our type that we created. And let me just name this down, So the style is going to be font family, and it's going to be Barno medium, and it doesn't seem to be showing at all. Okay, let me create the last item before I start debugging as it whole. So if item.content is true, I want to show, this is what I want. I want to show a text of grade, that is, if the, there's comments available, you can just, show the comments. Else, you can just say, no comments available, margin top of 2, and I want to capitalize it as well. So I can just say this is going to be of item.content. Else, we're going to show another text right here. And this is going to be of not item.content again. It's going to be no comments provided. All right. Okay. So, all right. So if you are not seeing any data, it seems we are using the wrong params here. So all you have to do is just send or add an S to this, and you should be able to see all of your reviews for this particular course, as you can see. So it seems I added a text here for debugging purposes. So yeah, just save that. And yeah, you can see all the reviews for this particular course. And it fits well together. I'm happy to be picking some of these reviews for this particular course. This is what it looks like. So let's just make the design look just like what we have here with the stars and the remaining styling. So let's just head back to our code right here. It seems our date is not showing, and I believe we still need to add the is. So this is a method, you have to add that as well. So you should see your date come up any moment from now. And yeah, let's continue working on this, and let's render the stars as, because each of these reviews comes with rating either 5/4, 10/, 5/4, 4/5. Again, either 1/5, 2/5, 3/5. Maximum is 5/5. So we need to render them based on the stars. We should not just render the text alone. All right. So let's just go up right under. Let's minimize this. Right underneath of this, we're just going to create a variable called star rating. And we are going to make this a React.functional component. And this is going to be an arrow function. So we are going to pass the type to this as well. And the type is going to be of rating, and that's number. All right. So let's pass in the rating here. And all we have to do is just return this and say what's the view. And here we are going to pass also an arrow function inside of this view. But first things first, let's make this a flex or row. So inside of these, we are going to pass in an array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And we're going to map over this array, and we're going to use it to show our respective stars. So this is going to be an arrow function. So inside of this, we're going to pass in the star, and just underneath of this, we are going to say ION icons. The key is going to be of star because they are unique. The name is going to be of if star is equal or less than the rating, then we just render the star icon, else we're going to render the star outline. And yeah, we should have that right there. And I believe I missed something as well. So again, okay, this is not supposed to be there. All right, so that fixed that. Also, we're going to see the size is going to be of 16. The color is going to be of star if it is less than or equal to your rating. Then we are going to show something else, another component or another color. So if the less than or equal to, then let's show the gold color right here. And why is this still showing a big error? So let's just pass in a color right here. So we are just going to say A1 6207 6207. Also, we are going to pass in, D3 D3 as the color here. And I believe that is all. Okay, we need to assign this like this. All right, so our star rating is ready. All you have to do is just use it and pass in the rating inside of that. So just in this reviews, underneath of this, we are just going to say we want to have a star rating right here. A star rating right here. And it takes away properties like we set it up, and the rating is going to be coming from item.rating. Item.rating. Can't find item.rating. Okay, I believe we are using it at the wrong place. So let's just cut this. Let's go back to our item name right here. All right, so this is where we're supposed to be using it. So save that. I should see the stars right here. Each of these users gave this course 5 stars, 5 stars. And yeah, seems this course is quite effective. That is why you have 5 stars everywhere. So we can as well just, copy this, because it seems our comment right there doesn't have a star. And yeah, that is what that looks like. Let me see if this is working as expected. It seems all right. So that works. Okay, so we have our comment ready, and you can see the ratings as well. So the next thing we want to do is set up our, let's go to another course and see how things are looking. So let's select this, go to the reviews, and you can see this has a review of 4 out of 5. You can see the one is empty, this one is empty. And no comments available for most of these ones, and it is 10,000 reviews. So we're going to implement the see more soon too for it, so you can see all the reviews for this particular course. So let's jump into creating the curriculum section so you can see how that looks like. I kind of like this UI, so I'm just going to stick to this. All right, so let's just collapse this and let's move on to the curriculum aspects. So if the selected is reviews, this is what we show, and for this is what we are going to show for it. So for the curriculum, we are going to go to our components. We are going to create a new file. We are going to call this curriculum lists.tsx. And this is where we're going to create the reusable components for this section. And yeah, so I'm just going to create React basic boiler code, save that, and just show it right here, so you can see what we are working on. Curriculum lists. So to start with, let's first start creating the type, because we need it. It is quite important for this curriculum item. And I believe we already have this set up already, so we don't need to create it again. Let's just import that. Also, interface curriculum data count is going to be of number. We are going to have a next, property as well, which is going to be string or null. The previous going to be of string or null. The result is going to be of curriculum item. And to the final prop for this interface, curriculum lists props, we're going to have curriculum data, which is going to be using the curriculum data prop that we set or undefined. Then its loading is also going to be of boolean. And we're also going to have an unload more. This is going to be a function, to fetch more curriculum data. This is going to be void, not void. Cool. Moving on, let's pass the props that we just created right here. So just pass the prop. And I believe I'm supposed to create an arrow function for this. So this should look like this, because it is an arrow function. So let me just export that right away. Export curriculum lists, and it's going to be default. Save that. You should still render that. All right. So this is going to be React. React.functional component. And let's just pass the prop right here. And also the parameters, which are quite important. We have the curriculum data, we have is loading, and we have unload more. Cool stuff. So let's first show the first most important thing. We're going to say if the curriculum data does not exist, what are we going to do? Return it, and also see text you're going to show no curriculum data available. As you can see, we're replacing that dummy text with this. No data exists. Cool stuff. So inside of this, we're going to have this text is going to be here, but we are going to call this, course curriculum, and we are going to pass in the curriculum data dot count. All right, and we are going to pass in items right here. So because we've already fetched our data, we can as well just pass in the appropriate, data right here. So we can as well say curriculum data is going to be curriculum data, but that is not what we want to display right now. We want to display a matched curriculum data, that combines all of the data in the list. Again, we have so many curriculum data that we'll be getting from the API, sometimes 11,000, just like our design right here. For this course, they have 10,000. Okay, not the reviews. We have 591. We want to be able to, merge all of the pages whenever we click on show more, right? So the page one, it shows just maybe like 10 items again. So once you click on next, we're going to have a button at the bottom of this. You click on next, it's going to match page one and page two and display it here instead of just showing page one alone. Understood? So for that, we are going to have to create a method and pass it right here. So at the top of our code right here, just underneath of this, we're going to say const merged curriculum data is going to be using react.useMemo to memorize the data that we already have on the screen. So it is going to be an arrow function like this. All right, so I'm going to say if the curriculum data does not exist, just return undefined, right? But if it does exist, we're going to say const previous data. We're going to use the query client and not this. I mean the query client, which doesn't exist for now. So I'm going to go to the top of my components. You have to create this one by one, and there's a process to it. So query client is going to be assigned to use query client. All right. So use memo, expected to have memo got one. Okay. No issues at all. We are going to fix that any moment from now. So query client dot get query data, which is going to be a type of curriculum data. And also we're going to pass an array to it, which takes in the, course curriculum, the course ID, and also the curriculum on data but page -1. All right, this is throwing some error I do not want. It has the properties in common with query filters. And this is not queries, this is query. This is query. So save that. Whoops, I didn't remember to pass in this right here. So pass that in. And let's continue with this. So after this, we want to return something. We want to return the existing curriculum data. And also the result is going to be an array. We're going to spread the previous data. That is, preserve the existing previous data dot results with an S. Do not forget that. Else an empty array. And this is supposed to be inside of this. No, it's going to be an empty array. Then it's going to have a comma here, right? And we need to pass in the array. So spread also the curriculum data dot results. All right, so save that. You can see course curriculum 29 items, and we are good to go in rendering all of our curriculum details on the UI. So let's get started with that. And we are still here to pass in the dependency array. So this is going to take the curriculum data, curriculum page, course ID, and also the query client. Good. So this will make sure whenever we click on the next button, we're able to see more additional data. Let's continue working on our curriculum lists so we can, show all of our curriculums. So let's use a flat list here to display all our curriculum because it's a lot of data. We don't want to be rendering all of that at once. So we want to say nested, scroll enabled, true, scroll enabled is going to be false. We already have scroll enabled. So data is going to be curriculum data dot result with an S. So render item, we're going to use render item for that. We're still yet to create that. Key extractor is going to be an arrow function. This is going to take an item. It's going to take item.id to string. That is what that looks like. And also, we are going to say list footer component is going to be render footer. We are still here to create that. Same as the render item. So moving on, let's create these two items before you start throwing an error. So just up here in the curriculum list, just after this, let's say const render item. It's going to be an arrow function. This is going to take the parameter of item. And also, it's going to be item, it's curriculum item as the type. So we're going to have a view here. For the view, we're going to say the class name is going to be border of bottom, border of AAA. That's the color that we want, and padding of 4. So inside of this, we're going to say if item dot underscore class is strictly equal to the chapter. This chapter, then we want to render, not 9. We want to render the title text, and this is going to say item dot title. Cool. Else, we are just going to also render another view. We're going to render another view right here. And this view is going to have a text. We're going to have a text here. In fact, let me just comment this out for now and save this so we can see what we are actually building. So just copy this, put it right here, save that. You can see our curriculum title right here. As you can see, course introduction, what's the purpose of the course, description of the, all of the titles. Now we need to render the lectures as well apart from the title, right? So here we are going to say if item dot underscore class is strictly equal to lecture, then we want to render the the listing as well. But yeah, let me just first pass in the class name that we want right here, text or extra large, margin left of 4, but it is not both that has margin left of 4, but both will have a type or a style rather. Style is going to be font family, is going to be of value, value bold, and this is going to be of semi bold. So the item.class is lecture. Let's render a specific text. Let's just put this right here. So if it is lecture, we want to render if it is free or not, right? So we are going to say if it is free, they want to render the text of free. Else, we want to say it is paid for. So save that. You can see it is free. So these two items are under this curriculum. And in fact, everything here is under this curriculum right here. Right? So as you can see, the padding, okay, these two are under this. This is under this. These three is under this. And yeah, you can see that the curriculum is segmented. All right. So we can also say we want, a padding left of 4. And, we can we don't want a margin left. We want a padding left. So semi-bold, okay. So let's just repeat this as well. Let's repeat this as well. If it is quiz, or if it contains quiz, then we just want to say, it's just a quiz. And yeah, I believe that is what we want. So save that. But we don't have any quiz here. That is why it is not showing that. And I can as well, add a text loan of 700 here to show that this course is free or paid for. Cool stuff. So let's render the footer as well. So when this data is loading, it's going to show the footer here, but with the loading icon. So right here, I'm going to say const render footer. It's going to do an other function as well. And let me just bring this up. So if loading is true, or it is loading rather, if loading is true, or if it is not true, then return no. But also we want to return something for these components. We want to say view is going to have the activity indicator. It's going to be a self-closing one. Size is going to be small. Color is going to be of 4 zeros, 1, 2, 3, 4, FF. Cool. So yeah, I also want to have, class name here, padding or 12. So you can see the indicator very well. So I can just uncomment this, and that should work as expected. Cool stuff. So we're almost there. We're almost done with our course detail. And you can see this looks just like this. We have this particular item, but we still need to pass in a proper styling for this. So let's just go back to our curriculum right here and just say, let me copy some of these. We'll copy this. Put this right here. But this is not going to be of, this is going to be of bold, but this is going to be of text to XL. Save that. You should see my text right here, but I don't want that curriculum text here. So go back here to my course details components. Let's scroll down. So we're removing this. Cool stuff. Let me also change this to extra bold, so you can see what that looks like right here. So these are the curriculums, and what else do we need to implement? We need to implement a button to show more curriculum right here. So let's just get started with that. So after this, I want to save curriculum data.next is true, and if is loading is not true, then I want to show a principle right here, and this also say text load more curriculum. Save that, and you should see that right here. You can see load more curriculum, and you click this to fetch the remaining curriculums for this particular course. So the on press is going to be of what? On load more. We are here to, okay, we've created that. And the style, I necessarily don't want to have a particular style there. It's just the text that I want a style for. So class name is going to be text of white, text of large. Then the principal is going to have the following class name: BG blue of 700 rounded of 2XL padding white of 4. You should see my button come up pretty quick like that. So also I want to say align items center, and margin of 10. So at least there's a gap between, let's have a margin top of 10 rather. Coming up 12 there. So you can see what this load curriculum shows right here. So just above this, let's go ahead and implement the function to load more curriculum. And let's check this. Let's go back to our course detail, and just underneath or just above this, we're going to say const load more curriculum, and this is going to be an arrow function. So we're going to say if curriculum data.next is actually true, then we're going to set curriculum page also of arrow function. We are going to set this to be of previous, and also previous plus 1. All right. So where are we going to implement this function? We are going to come, let's copy this. we are going to say on load more, and we are going to pass this function right here. It's going to refresh our data. And finally, let's say it's loading. If it's loading is true, then we are just going to pass curriculum. Curriculum is loading right here. Save that. And I believe we're almost done. Let's just pass in some loading icons whenever we are fetching our curriculum. So right here, we are just going to say if is loading is not, or if loading is true rather, and if the curriculum is loading and curriculum page is strictly equal to 1, then we are going to return something. We're going to return a view. We are going to return a view, and this view is just going to show an activity indicator. The color is also going to be of 000, but inside of your string. The size is going to be of large. So the class name is going to be flex of 1, justify of center, items of center. All right. So one more thing we have to treat is the error in case we get any error, right? So you can as well say if the error is true or the curriculum error is true, then just return and say I want a view here that says text no data available. So the class name, not children, sorry. The class name is going to be flex of 1, justify of center, item of center. And we can as well copy this, but this is going to be if the data is not available, or when no data is available. But for this, let's also style this. Text of 2xl style is going to be of font family of valuable. And this also, we want to show the error instead, not just this. So we're going to say error. And we are going to display the error inside of this. We're also going to show the error as error. And I believe this is inside of this. So first this was just passing the error, error of curriculum error. We're going to pass it as error dot message. Nope, this is not how it should look like. So all of this, we're going to pass it inside of a curly braces like that, or a bracket like that. And this is what that looks like. All right. So text error, else, curriculum, error. If either of these error are true, then show the error message. And yeah, so let's just check our code again. So if you click on load more, let's click on load more. No curriculum data available. And it shows more curriculum data. Let's see. Curriculum lists. The curriculum data available. And did we implement the loading? Yes, we did. Although we can also see if loading is true. Let's copy this and say if we already set that up. So if loading is true, let's cut all of this. And we are going to say if its loading is true, then show the activity indicator. Save that. So let's try again. So this is the final item, as you can see, profit and loss projection, startup budget, and all. As you can see, this is the last item in the curriculum. If you go to another course, let's say you have another course right here, the first course, of course, why is this displaying this? Okay, I believe our code just crashed. So let's just refresh and let's first check if the error is related to rendered more hooks than the previous. Okay, as code still. All right, I believe that's the position of our hooks. Curriculum data right here. Reviews right here. And I believe that is how it should be. So yeah, that is how it should be. Let me just check once again. So star rating, segmented controls. We have our course details right here. It is where it's supposed to be. And also curriculum data. Also the reviews. Yep. Load more curriculum and yeah. And if there's any error as well, it should also show that. And render this as well. But I believe we need to move. Let's try to move these up. Let's try to move this up. Let's try to move this up. All right. So that error should not occur again. So let's click on get started. This should take us to the home view. And if we click on the first one, you should see our data right here, the curriculum and the reviews. And if you check this curriculum, you can see it is class 1 right here, introduction and class 1. I'm just going to load more curriculum. And loading more curriculum, you're going to see the other curriculums as well, class 2, class 3, and also load more, class 4, and so on and so forth. So this is what our course details look like. And you can see the instructor's image right here with their name as well. And you can, proceed to the next implementation, which is the search UI, and it's going to be interesting. And less work because we have these reusable components created already. And, this is something like this, but we're just going to, we even don't need to do anything. It's the same thing. So just fetch the data, display this, that's all. We're done with the search component, and we have them ready to go. So let's jump and let's get started with that right now. So let's head to our Explore page, which we currently have here. And let's just clean everything here. Let's just say React Native. Let me use another one. React Native. Again, React Native class component no. Let me see what that looks like. React Native functional export. That is what I want. All right. So this is going to be of Explore and save that. That's my Crasher app. Cool. But let's open it again. All right, let's, start writing the code for that. Okay. It quits unexpectedly. No issues at all. Let it open. Click on EduLearn. And let's start fetching or let's implement the ability to search for course. So we go to Expo, you're going to see that there. So first things first, let's, create an interface for this. Like we've done previously, interface, search, response, and yep. So let's go back to our course details. We want to reuse some of these items. So copy this, put this right here, and let's just pass the result here to be our course, which is an array. And let's just import some of these items. And I do believe that we can even use, let's go to the home string. I believe we already have, yes, let's just copy this. Go back to we're done with the course details. So the Explore, let's just replace this with this. This is exactly what we want. So fetch courses with this exact, part and all. So let's just, continue. This is going to be a fast one or a pretty quick one. So we're going to say const search term, or we're going to set search term. We're going to use state, and the use state is going to be an empty string. Also, want to set the search query, set search query to be of use state as well. Cool. So save that, and no errors so far. That's right. So let's go back to our index. Let's close this course item. So wherever we are fetching this, let's just copy this. Curriculum lists, let's close this, Explore. And right underneath of this, let's just put it right here. And this is not going to be selected category, so it's going to be search query. So just pass this right here. Pass this right here, search courses. Let's import this. Also, let's create the function, that we can click. If we check our design again, once you pass in your parameter or your search term, click on this button here. That is when the course search right? So let's create the function that will undo that. So undo search. This is going to look like this. So set search query. We're going to search to search term and also refetch it as well. We're going to call this to refetch as well whenever you are done with that. And we can as well remove that from here because we didn't use it. So that is the work of the of this refetch. All right. So now let's start building up our UI and let's see how that goes. So this view here, we are going to see going to be of class name, flex of 1, padding y of 12, background of white. Save that. That should change to white, and you can see what that looks like. All right. So the next view I want here is going to have a class name of padding of 4, and I want to have a view here as well. Let me have the properties here, flex or row, margin bottom of 4, width of full, border of 2, border neutral, and this is the search UI that we are building, rounded of 2xl, overflow of hidden, background of white. You see what that looks like now. So inside of this view, I want to have a text input coming from React Native. This is going to be a self-closing tag, and also a pressable, but pressable. This we have a text, and the text is going to be search right here. I believe I'm here to import pressable. So the press of this, as you can guess, is just going to undo search. Oh, that's what we are doing there. And the class name is going to be bg of blue 700, width of 1/4, padding of 4, justifier of center, items or center. Save that. You see what that looks like already. Let's start the text. Class name, text of white, and also give it a style. Then see font family is going to be Barlow bold. Cool stuff. So let's undo the text input right here. So class name, of course, is going to be padding of 2. Weight is going to be 3/4. Save that. That push it to the right. Text input placeholder is going to be search for courses. Placeholder text color is going to be of gray, and also the value is going to be of search term. Save that. And also on change text, you need to be set search term. All right, so if you search for any course now, we're going to see the search term, and also, we're not going to take we're not going to take the search term to fetch our data. So currently now it is already, all we have to do is just display it. So let's just remove this and just right here. So just underneath of this, we already have it right here. We're already using that. So let's just, I told you this is going to be very fast because we have created similar components. So let's just, data.results. All right, flat lists, React Native, cost item. Although the cost item here, I don't want to pass anything to it. So let me just remove it like this. All right. So I want to also, okay, I think that's all. That is all for now. And why is this error showing? I want to know why this error is showing. And let me just, go to the fetch courses right here. Yeah, this is what we want. That's the type we want. All right, let me just save that. And let's just, start searching for courses right away. So by default, it gives you this, but that is not even what I want. All right, so by default, I believe we have some courses by default. We have some courses by default. And also we want to remove this. This is not supposed to be horizontal. So this is what our courses looks like by default without even searching for anything yet. When we search for a course, so let's search for Swift UI. So let's search for that. It's load and gives us the course for Swift UI. And you can see how pretty quick we are able to implement that. So if you click on Angela U here, you're going to see the full details of our course and the same implementation that we made earlier. Load more course, it loads more item from the course, and the only thing we still need to implement here is the back button, and that should wrap it up for that. So you can see our search works as expected. If you go to the home, if you go to Expo, you'll be able to see everything. Let's click on this course. And yeah, that is that about implementing the search or explore page. Some of these, errors, we can definitely fix them with, type issues. But I think we still need to fix something here because the animation currently is not, showing them one by one. This is what I'm talking about. So let's search for React Native. So search for it. You're going to see that the animation doesn't come, the card doesn't come in one by one. And that's because we need to pass in the index here. And the index, you can pass it here as well. That way the cost stacks up on top of each other. So let's search for Flutter. You're going to see what I'm talking about right now. You can see the difference. The courses stacks up on top of each other right now, and that is that about that. So the same thing with this. Click on each course, you get to see the full details of the course. And this is a course on complete Flutter development course, and each of these individual items as well, we can add animation to it and make it stack up one after the other. But yeah, we're not going to waste our time on that. The next design we are going to implement is this wish list right here. This is also pretty simple. Just get all the wish list from to stand and just refactor this UI. We already have the UI here already, something like this. All we have to do is just refactor it and we should be good to go. All right, so let's just minimize this. And yeah, let's jump into the next UI for this. So let's just go right here. Let's create a new tab. We are going to call this wishlists.tsx and React Native functional exports. and just like this. Now we can now go into our layout.tsx, and we're still going to start our layout properly. If you click on get started, you can see these our icons. We still need to fix the appropriate icons for it. So copy these, paste this here. I'm going to call these wish lists, and the title is going to be of the list. And let's just save it for now so you can see what that looks like. Wish list. So you can see the page, you can see the explore, you can see this is stacking up after the order. So these are the courses we get by default, and yeah. So in the wish list, we are going to implement the next design. And yeah, so let's leave this open. We're going to come back to it. For the type, let's close it. So for the wish lists, let's start implementing that. So first things first, let's just bring in our wish lists, and this is coming from it's going to be assigned to use wishlist store, and that is what that looks like. So let's go ahead, and in this view right here, I want to have a class name in flex of 1, padding top of 0, PG of white, and also another view right here, which is going to be class name padding of 4. So cut this, put it right here, and I'm going to say this is going to be my wish lists, and the class name is going to be text of 2XL, font of bold, margin bottom of 4. That looks like that. Let's give it a style. This is going to be font family Barlow bold. And after this text, I'm going to now render something. I'm going to say if wish lists dot length, if wish list dot length is strictly equal to 0, like there's no wish list at all, I want to say your wish list is empty. All right, cool. So else, now I want to also show something else. I'm going to say flat list. Nope, not from React Native gesture handler. It's going to be coming from React Native. And let me just render this right here. I'm going to say the data is going to be of what wish lists, and also the key extractor is going to be an OR function, just like we've implemented several times. And we're going to say item.id.to string. That is what that looks like. And the most important part of a flat list is the render item. And this render item is going to be an arrow function. And take note of this. This is supposed to be a bracket and not a curly braces for that to work. So we can pass in item and index right here. And also we can just course item, although we're still going to refactor this to look like what we have right there before. But the course here is going to be item and index is going to be index. Cool stuff. So save that. It says your wish list is empty. So if I just wish list this, And let's say I search for a course, Swift UI. We'll search for this. And Angela E course, I wishlist this as well. And also, his course as well. So if I go to my wish list, I should see all of my wish list right here. You can keep this, this is my wish list. Can keep it, but the design that we have right here is quite different. Just in case you wish list a lot of course, we want to show you this specific kind of design. So we're just going to, add to course item. It's just a refactor, and that's all. So use course item, just copy it. We're in the component, paste it again, or duplicate rather, whichever works. So this is going to cost item tertiary. So have that there. So write a cost item tertiary. Cool. So let's just import this instead of using that one. So let's save this. Let's close this, minimize this. So our wish list, let's paste this right here and import it. It still does the same thing, but now we're going to now refactor the UI to work just like we have right here. So let's get started with that. So right here, our pressable states still work the same way, it is still like this, but in our animated of the view, instead of having our image just stay like this, we want to have it inside of a view. And let's just cut this, put it right here, and we are going to say this is going to need of class name of width of 1/4, height of 20, rounded or full right there. And also we are going to say it has a border right. Also it has a flex of row, maybe G white of 20 or 90 instead, and items of center. And let's see what we have for now. So save that. You see what that looks like already, and we're almost there with our design. All right, so let's move on with that. So our image as well, we want to have a rounded of 2XL to round the corners. Cool. So our border is extending out because our text is still, we need to set a maximum length to it so it doesn't override or go beyond that. So we are just going to say, width of 3/4. That's the maximum it should go. And you can see it's already taking shape, right? So for the course title, we'll leave it like this. And minimum height, or let's say 14 instead. So at least this can move closer to this. And, let's reduce the text as well to be base. Cool. All right. So also this, we are going to, remove all of some of these styles, padding on stuff. We're going to remove that. And yeah, we are almost there. Let's just, continue fixing this. So we still have the spacing around this. And even our image, I believe we still need to work on our image. So our image is here. We still need to, this is going to height of 20, rounded of full, right? Width of full, height of 20 as well. All right, so our image sits very well in the middle. Cool, we're almost there. We are almost there. All we have to do is just add a padding of 2. And yeah, that should wrap up our UI for this. So let me just, excellent. So this is exactly what we want right here. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are done with our wish list. So if I click on this, it removes the course from the wish list. If I have no wish list, it says your wish list is empty. You can show a nice icon right here, using Lottie view, just like we have it in our welcome screen to show if the wish list is empty, just show a dancing, animated icon using Lottie or something related to that. But yeah, we don't want to do that. You can see it reflects directly here as well. Immediately I remove the wish list, the icon turns back to, so let's just wish list this as well. And you can see them here as well. So if you click it as well, it takes you to the course details. And you can see the full details of the course. Cool stuff. So let's fix these icons right here. It is not looking exactly like what we have in our design. So first things first, in our layout, we want to pass in the tabs right here, and that's shown, okay, not this, the other layout. So in the layout right here, so right here, we are going to also pass another prop here that says tab bar show label. It's going to be of false, right? So you're not going to see all the labels here at all. So the title doesn't matter anymore. The title that we have here doesn't matter anymore. Wish list doesn't matter. Just save that. So for the wish lists, I'm going to render an art icon and also art outline if it is not focused. So save that. You can see it is active right now. That's why it is showing this color. It is not to show an outline of art alone. And also for the explore, we're going to have search. And this is going to be search outline. All right. So that is what that looks like. You can also change the color. We'll go into the colors that they have here, and change the color to, let's say, something of blue. So yeah, we can just, as you can see from Expo, they already give an instruction of what the colors are. So let's say 2563 EP. That's one. Copy this as well. Replace this with this. I believe we already fixed the color already with that. So yeah, that is all we need to implement for now. And ladies and gentlemen, our course is complete. And with search on tech, you can see courses related to that. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope this was exciting as I planned it to be. And some of the errors, you can just fix it with TypeScript and the type, and you are good to go regarding that. All right, so that brings us to the end of this course. Ladies and gentlemen, let's just do a recap once again of everything we have implemented. So again, we have the welcome screen, and this shows an animation using Low TV and all, and this shows this text right here. Clicking this, it takes us to the home screen, and we have several courses here. We have the courses shown here based on these categories here, and also these recommended courses right here. So if we're clicking on this, we take you to the search screen, which shows this of each of these courses. And coming back here, clicking on tech, you can see the courses right here. And clicking on each one, we take you to the course details. And you can see the full details of the course. And you can see this cool header right here. As you can see, I love that. That was provided by Expo by default. And yeah, you can load more curriculum data. You can see them right here. You can check the reviews right here. You can see the course title, the language of the course, the author of the course and all of that. It was good. These are the comments for these courses. And yeah, you can go back and check the recommended courses by Udemy as well. You can see these Udemy courses, which is free by the way. You can just the same thing, and you can see the Udemy logo right here. For the search, you can search for Swift UI courses. Click on search, it will show you the courses, and you can see that it didn't take long before that was displayed because we're using thanks star query and we've already searched for this course while building this, and was able to determine that okay, I have this engaged, just have your data, that will be all. All right, so that is what that looks like. Cool stuff. And the same thing, clicking on it, it takes you to the course details screen, and yeah. So let me just go back as well, and you can see the wish list as well. You can wish list a course. Let me just select this and this. Go to the wish list. We can see them coming one after the other. That's the power of Real Animated for you animation. So yeah, clicking on this as well, it takes you to the course details. And yeah, that is pretty much what we are going to be implementing for this. And yeah, thank you so much, guys. Please, if you have not subscribed yet, go and subscribe. I will be dropping more of these courses as I have done in the previous videos. And yes, you're going to be learning a lot using Expo and React Native in building cross-platform native applications. And once you build ones for iOS, you can use it for Android, and that's all. So once again, guys, click the subscribe button and see you on next videos. Thank you very much.